Then this. All right, link is all posted. Now, gonna get this over. And hello, sentient electric lamp. Gonna wait for some more people to show up before we begin the discussions here. But first of all, tell me, like, if you can hear me okay, how everything is sounding. Good to know. So while we wait, I'm going to pick this guitar for a change. What key do I want? And the Deathcore Pringle Man is here, it looks like. That is good. And 4 watching now. Should we wait for more or should we start now? I don't know. As you can see, this is the best I can do at playing jazz. I'm not much of a jazz player. Ooh, and Beakman is now here. So, I think now I might start the discussion. Let me just put the guitar away first. All right, let me just get this back up. All right. All right. Hey guys, RanterInShades here, exercising my first to memorize stream style. Happy New Year once again. So, there are 3 things, as the title is suggesting, that I'm wanting to talk about here. Couple of which I'm probably late to the party on. One I definitely am. But you know how it is with me in December. December is when I get into like year-end video mode. Like it's like the main focus of the month. Like outside of, you know, other things I do throughout the week, like work, going to the gym, etc. You know, things that, you know, are part of my routine. Pretty much the rest of the month, I just eat, sleep, and breathe best and worst songs. Like, not just, you know, the writing, the editing, and just everything about that, just trying to make them as good as they can be. I know that there was some audio issues with really both of the videos, but they were definitely more apparent in the Worst Songs video. I think I got them to sound decently consistent through multiple speakers, but you get the idea. That's what takes up a lot of my December. So talking about these particular subjects was not really something I could really do at a more, optimal time when they were more hot button. But they're things that I think deserve a discussion of sorts. Little meditations and whatnot. A couple of them are kinda sad. The third one, not so much, but we'll segue into that when we do. So first, let me just say hi to everyone who just showed up. Sounds crisp. That's good. Happy New Year and farewell, Repzion. Didn't realize live wasn't clicked. So, the first discussion topic, we'll start with the one that, came to my attention first, and that would be Repzion, or Mr. Repzion, or Daniel, announcing his retirement about a month ago. He had mentioned it offhandedly in another video. I wasn't sure if he was actually serious. But then, a little bit later in the month, I saw this in my sub feed after I got off work that day, and I listened to it on the drive home from a Target run that I was doing. And when I first saw it in my feed, I thought that this was, one of those things that Reps says but doesn't end up, sticking to. He doesn't end up, following through on, because, when you've been following him for as long as I have, there are definitely some things like he says my next video is going to be about this, but then it ends up being about something different because something else comes up. I don't necessarily look at that as him lying, but more so about just, plans changing and, things changing in general. And I figured this would be no different. This is just something he says he's wanting to do, but he ends up changing his mind about as time goes on, which I still kind of think is probably going to happen. But I don't know. Listening to the way his voice sounded in that video, you could tell that this was a long time coming. It felt like something was building up over time. And I know Atticus also made his own video about this. His video was more so kind of talking about how hard life gets and whatnot, sort of extrapolating that from the video that Reps made that we're going to be looking at. We're going to be watching the video and, commenting on some things, because some things he says definitely hit home with me and I kind of want to talk a little bit about that when we get into that. So now I'm going to go over to this tab and then switch over to web page. And I also got the sound capture working for OBS now. With the last stream, for whatever reason, when I got my new computer, the sound capture that I used for, playing audio from the computer, as well as, coming out of my speakers, for whatever reason, that didn't transfer over when everything was, moving over from my old computer to my new one. So I had to download a new one, and I forgot how to set it up when I did the last stream. So I had to sort of relearn that, and now I have it saved in here. So I'm quitting YouTube in 2024. So let's begin. First, let me know if you can hear this, okay?
Hey, so
let me know if you heard that, okay, before I continue. Yeah, I did notice when I did a test recording here that there was a bit of an echo. I think it's, you know, it's both the sound capture and, it coming from the speaker and into my microphone. Maybe if I put on headphones, the echo will go away. I'm not sure if that's something I want to do. Um, might need to turn it down a little. Yeah, might as well. Maybe that'll be okay. I remember one of Staumeister's old videos discussed what Repzion is doing, as in quitting YouTube out of frustration for the site and other reasons. I'm not sure I remember that one, but also it sounds good with a slight echo. I guess if you like it, cool. So point is, you can hear the video. Headphones would probably fix that, but point is, you can hear the thing okay. So let's begin.
Hey, so in a video I made a couple weeks ago, I mentioned that in 2024 that YouTube is going to be my last year. At the year 2024, sometime during that time, when I don't know yet, I will no longer be creating content on this channel, and that I'm retiring out. And a lot of people in the comments expressed concern about that and were really worried and wanted to know why in a more detailed, because I know in that video I was really vague. And so I wanted to give you more of an explanation, because I feel like I owe that to folks on why in 2024 is going to be my last year. And I just want to come on here as raw and real and transparent as possible. And I'm going to get emotional during this because it's a long journey. I've been doing YouTube I started YouTube in 2008. So I've been doing it for a really long time, right?
And that's a thing, I sort of, poked fun at this concept a little when talking about a certain bent dick man, but when you've been making videos for as long as this, when you've been using the site for as long as this, it's hard to imagine life without it. Sometimes when I think about YouTubers that, either slowed down or outright stopped, you sort of wonder, like, what it was like for them letting go of something that's been as much a part of their life as it was. And so that's why I can definitely sort of feel the emotion right here. Him, kind of about to break down because, he's been at this for a while. He's been uploading very consistently for years. And, when you decide you're not going to do that anymore, you got to wonder, like, how's that going to feel? And I'm pretty sure that's something that he might be afraid of. Also, I love the face he's making right there.
And when I first came to YouTube as a Christian, I was really emotionally vulnerable. I was just a completely different person. Obviously, when you're a teenager to when you grow older, you change. But throughout my YouTube career, essentially, I had to build really thick skin fast.
And that's another thing that, kind of resonates because, I guess if there's any advice that I could give for anybody, no matter how big of a creator that you are, a modicum of thick skin. There's a fucking I think that was a car. A modicum of thick skin is more or less required, because if you let shit get to you, if you allow comments to, I guess, stick with you, some might, and I guess there's nothing really wrong with that, but when you allow the shit to really get to you, it's going to burn you out, it's going to discourage you, and you're going to lose your enjoyment for, what it is that you're trying to do and whatnot. And I feel like the bigger you get, the more resilient, I guess, you are, or get rather. And, I guess not allowing that type of shit to bother you is one major key to your success on here. That's why, you don't really see me engaging much with negative comments or anything like that. I don't really feel much of a need to do that. You don't even really see me reply much to negative comments on my videos because I just sort of feel like it's not a productive course of action. I'd rather, focus on the good and whatnot. But point being, allowing, some thick skin to build up, is kind of important. And I saw it was hard for me, especially during those periods where I thought I could come back, but had moments of imposter syndrome. That's what this is, imposter syndrome. So now I'm going to continue.
Else I just couldn't handle making content. I couldn't handle people making fun of me. I couldn't handle people criticizing me for every which way, of me mispronouncing words, of me not saying a word properly because of my speech impediment, for me being dyslexic and reversing some sort of thing. People making fun of my nasally high-pitched voice. A lot of the things. Like when I started YouTube, that was a common thing. People would make fun of me, and it bothered me when you first start YouTube, because you're not.
And, one thing I can't help but think about when he says this is the Repgate era, because that's largely what that whole situation was predicated on. It feels honestly kind of weird knowing that situation is 10 years old and just how much everybody has moved past that, and it's just become a distant memory nowadays, when back in 2013, 2014, it was all anyone wanted to fucking talk about. But, if you ask Daniel nowadays, about that time period, he'd look back on that and cringe at the kind of person that he was, because what he was doing back then, in hindsight, well, not even really in hindsight, but it was not a productive course of action, the way that he, tended to react to various, negative criticisms and whatnot that he was dealt, which, don't get me wrong, he definitely deserved a lot of the criticism that he got. Even I'll tell you that. And he definitely could have handled the whole thing better. And this was a big thing that he had to sort of kind of learn the hard way, just like I had to learn it the hard way, just like a lot of people have had to learn it the hard way. Videos done on you, that's gonna really bring you down. It's gonna really upset you, get you to question how much you want to continue making videos. But the important thing is to, at the very least, weigh out the valid and invalid aspects of it, I guess, and think about what you can learn to better yourself going forward and whatnot. And I do believe, again, because, as anyone will tell you who remembers that Repgate situation, I continued to stay subbed and, watch the growth that he exhibited in the years since then. I can tell you, he definitely, came out of that whole thing a much different person than he was back in those days. So that's a thing I can't help but think about when he talks about, what he's talking about right here. I'm sure he's got... I haven't watched this video since in about a month. When was this posted? December 2nd. So, yeah, literally a month ago. So,
used to having so many eyes on you, and you get hundreds of comments of people just pointing out all these problems and what you're doing wrong and stuff, and it really affected me. Right.
And with that mention, I've mentioned this before, back in Worst Songs of 2021, when I was talking about Lonely by Justin Bieber. This is kind of a reason why there's honestly, I'm honestly kind of glad I'm not super huge on here, is because I'm honestly not sure how I would handle all that attention. I could see myself being kind of initially shocked at, various things that would appear in the comments or, anything of that nature. And I'd be, thinking, oh, fuck, oh, fuck, oh, fuck, oh, shit, oh, shit, oh, shit, oh, fuck, oh, shit, oh, fuck, oh, shit, shit like that, That's why, whenever there are people on here that aren't like super big, I sometimes feel like, hey, count your lucky stars. You're not in this sort of a position and whatnot. Like, even for as much as I would really like it if my stuff got more attention, because, with how much I've been upping and upping and upping and upping my quality, I'm honestly, a lot of it is also just, being content with what you have and whatnot. But again, I'm just not sure. Like, say I had as many subs as he did, how would I feel about that? How would I handle that shit? How would I, operate with that? How would I act? It's hard to say. What a pleasant surprise this is, seeing a live Shade stream. Welcome to the stream. Yes, hello, Disco Duck Gundolf. Thank you again, by the way, for those cameo lines in Best Songs of 2023. That was very helpful of you. And that skit was very lovely. Jivka.
Right? But over time, I had to build a level of armor around me. And over the years, every year it's just gotten a layer bigger, 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 bigger. And it's really made me desensitized to the real world, the world that we live out every single day, that you go out to the grocery store, you go out and shop, you go out and work a job 9 to 5, whatever job that is, whether that be welding, whether that be any job that you are interested in, it doesn't matter. The point is, you're not sitting here in front of a camera, talking to a camera, uploading a video, editing a video, and being disconnected with people, reality, and the real world around you.
And this is like one of the main things that, really got the video to kind of strike a chord with me. Because one thing I've noticed about myself, and this is something that I'm kind of trying to work on this year. I tried to do it a little last year, but I'm definitely trying to do it this year a little bit. But there have been times, especially in recent years, where I've noticed myself kind of drifting apart from real life friends, from various avenues of my life, people that I haven't spoken to in a while, from college, from camp, from high school, from other places. Honestly, like, back in the end of 2022, when there was a mini high school reunion get together, where even though a lot of the people from like my main circle of friends from back then weren't there, it felt nice to see a lot of those guys again and catch up with them. A few of them even complimented me on the Best Songs of 2012 video that I posted in the old Class of 2012 Facebook group that we had. Complimented my editing and, just how cool it was that I made that retrospective thing. But it felt nice to connect with those guys. And there have been other people that I've, reconnected with in recent times that it felt nice to reconnect with as well. One of them was actually Justin, the Gardens of Acadia singer. And, some of the things that he had said in the text conversation that we had, it kind of made me tear up, and I'm kind of tearing up a little bit now thinking about it. But I feel the point I'm getting at is, in recent times, there have been times where I felt like, I was drifting further and further away from those people, when so much of my focus has been on running this YouTube channel, making these videos. It's a really fun hobby, a hobby I really enjoy, a hobby I like engaging with people in, whether it be the friends I've made, the audience that I have. It's stuff I really enjoy and I'm very appreciative of. But sometimes I feel like I'm too into it. Sometimes I feel like so much of my focus has been in it that that I've lost touch with people. Now I'm just gonna read with the chat. Thank you, was a pleasure. Yes, Jivka. Jivka is a very good guy.
And over the course of years, my shell has gotten so thick of defense, of basically having thick skin, that I've extended that thick skin to have expectations of my friends, my families, relationships, people close to me, friends, and I've expected them to be able to have that thick skin too. And that's unrealistic, right? But because I'm so ingrained in this YouTube world, it's disconnected me from the real world and reality in a really unhealthy way. And in order for me to be the best version of myself, in order for me to really move forward the way that I want to in my life of having absolute privacy, I have to stop creating content on this channel.
Now, there's a story that he mentions in a bit that I'm kind of wanting him to get to before I, talk a little more about this concept, because it's a little bit different than what we were talking about before. First, let me read the chat. Always remember, folks, touching grass is good. Don't forget to touch grass. I mean, it's winter. Who knows how much grass is going to be out there? I feel that too hard, man. Yeah. So there's a story that I'm wanting him to get to. So
sometime in 2024. And it's really, really hard because this has been such a big part of me for so long.
Like, you hear that shake in his voice? Like, that's what kind of said to me, yeah, I think he's actually serious. I don't think this is gonna be one of those things where he just, changes plans on. Who knows, but listening to that tremble in his voice is what really just kind of made me go, okay.
I have a lot of fun memories, but the negatives of having a YouTube channel this size really outweighs the positive by far.
And that's unfortunate, the negatives outweighing the positives. Like, let me tell you this. The biggest reason why I still make content, the biggest reason why I still, come on here and make the videos I do, even if they don't get the views I want them to get, even if there isn't as much engagement, even if sometimes they do attract some negative attention, like that one time on the Worst Songs of 2012 video when I got a little spike in dislikes from people, complaining that I didn't censor the N-word, even though I mentioned that it was just in the context of the title of the song I was talking about. The biggest reason why I'm still here is because I don't let the negatives outweigh the positives. There were times when I very well could have stopped. I remember when Repgate was like at its peak. There was a time when I was, kind of questioning, how much I wanted to engage with things over here. But even back then, I knew that there were plenty of good people in the community. There were plenty of reasons to continue making videos. There were still plenty of things I wanted to do. And it's just not something I could see myself walking away from. I'd feel guilt about it. I'd feel like it's, weighing me down. And one reason why I have no intention of stopping anytime soon is because I would like to see those ideas through. And because, I enjoy this too much, Where I live, it barely snows, so there'll be plenty of grass for me to touch. Good. There's something I want to say, but I'll wait until the end of the video to say it. Oh God, Repgate, that was a mess. It was a mess. I still maintain it was drama that didn't need to happen. Like, if him and MDA just talked things out, if they operated with a little bit more tact instead of just jumping into things, then it wouldn't have had to happen. It would have been handled a lot better.
Um, and like, for example, right?
Here's the
I
story.
made a video with my mom a long time ago, and people were really mean in the comment section. They were making fun of her teeth not being straight or whatever. And when my mom voiced to me how that really hurt her feelings and that really is a horrible thing for people to say about her, my response to her was just deal with it, have thicker skin. And that's been my mentality for years. And I'm realizing that that mentality is not just wrong, but it shows a complete lack of empathy and a complete lack of understanding and putting myself in somebody else's shoes on what they're experiencing. And this channel essentially has, I've allowed myself to like be cut off from being able to display genuine empathy from people because I have this shell around me that's been so big and built because I have to in order to protect myself on the internet.
And that was the story I was waiting for him to mention. The whole story about him making the video with his mom and people, kind of, mocking her and all that. And the thing that he said in response, the deal with it thing. What I'm basically getting at from that is, while yes, as we established before, having thick skin when operating on here, it may be important, but, that's not to say that, you can't operate with a little bit of decency and whatnot. And as he said, like, empathy for others and all that, because I've seen this a lot where people get like really sucked in to this internet culture and think that they can, get away with a lot of things that, in real life they would get, very, very dirty looks for. And in a way just kind of, conflating the internet with real life and acting like, you can act in real life the exact way that you act on the internet. When, in all actuality, I try to do the other way around. Act on the internet the way I do in real life. Maybe I'm a little bit more crass at times on here, but, just operating with a little bit of decency and tact and whatnot. It's something that I think in recent times, a lot of people on here have sort of had to learn, and that's what led them to sort of clean up their act. Of course, YouTube sort of played their role in that as well, with really making kind of clear what they don't want to allow on the site, certain behavior that they're kind of against. And for as much as we can complain that, they're stifling everybody and whatnot, at the end of the day, these are people, and a lot of the time, especially when you get involved in, more critical kinds of content and whatnot, you kind of forget that. And it's important to not forget that. I remembered how some of the people involved in Repgate, like MDA and Queenie, were downright toxic, very much so. A lot of people were toxic back then. And some people are toxic now, Some people have this idea that we're still in old YouTube when, we can all have our nostalgia for that and whatnot. But, unfortunately times change, Deal with it, have thicker skin, oof, yeah. Imagine saying that to your own mother. Imagine saying that to somebody that just has little to no experience on here. Like, I think there's a nicer way he could have said it. I'm not sure what he actually said because obviously I don't know him in real life. I'm not there. But there's definitely a way that you could definitely, say that. There's a more gentle way to sort of go about it. Like saying something like, people are dicks on the internet sometimes. It's best to sort of tune that out. Is it nice? Not really. But, it's important to sort of understand that, it's just whatever at the end of the day. That's sort of how I operate when it comes to negative comments and whatnot. Like, there's one comment I saw recently that I got. It was on my Metal Elitist Slowdown video. Some guy just saying, lose weight, bro. And I'm like, don't you think I'm doing that? I mean, but, I just didn't allow that to bother me. It's like, it's just a comment at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Nostalgia is the best thing to have when done right. Yeah. So let's continue.
And maybe I shouldn't even be mentioning this, but I'm at a place right now, and this place moving forward is where I'm really emotionally vulnerable, like insanely emotionally vulnerable. And I'm wearing my emotions out on my sleeve, and I'm in therapy once a week, sometimes 2-3 times a week, depending on how badly I need it. And I'm really working on being the person I used to be when I was a teenager in regards to being able to be open emotionally and be able to just show empathy towards people around me and be able to just endlessly give to people and give and give and give and give. And it's really, really hard when this has been years of building these walls, and now it's just like there's nothing here. And to continue to create content, I can't do it. I don't want to. It's not that I can't. I don't want to. My desire to continue on doing this doesn't exist anymore. This is not a burnout. This is like I am.
Now, that I'm not sure about. There is a part of me, like I said earlier in this stream, that does feel like this is a burnout thing. And, that what he really needs is just, a break to sort of, get things in order and, come back with a fresh outlook and whatnot. Like, whenever I've taken long gaps with uploading, that's usually the reason why. Actually, no, not usually. It's always the reason why. That, as well as, trying to come up with a good idea for a script to work on, because I like scripts to come, naturally. Like, I like to be thinking about a particular topic before I, write a script. I don't like forcing scripts and whatnot. But those are usually the reasons why, I take long gaps. And like I said, there's a part of me that thinks that, that's all that, having this outlook really calls for. And that's why there's still kind of a part of me that thinks that, down the line later this year, he may, slowly, fade out and whatnot, but then he'll just decide to make a surprise return and decide to operate with a bit of moderation and whatnot. Like, moderate his involvement with the online world and all that. And if it'll be good to go, and he'll be, much more, much better like that. You know what I mean? I also remember how during Repgate, some guy 27 downright hated Repzion's guts, and yes, UTF came in to spew his venom as he wanted another person to use as his punching bag. It was a mess, We could probably talk more about that whole thing in hindsight. I don't really want to, because I don't really like thinking about it, because it was just such a shitty situation. I am glad that Stevie and Reps eventually patched things up around the time of the Chris Hansen streams. To believe I got caught up in that bullshit. 18-year-old me was that gullible, apparently. I think it was just, when something's like a hot button issue around the time, it's something that lots of people want to talk about and whatnot. I guess it's also the negativity bias playing into it as well. It gets people excited. It gets people, intrigued. Like, that's the reason why we look back on 2016 YouTube with such fondness, is because we were seeing a lot of similar kinds of adventures like that with the likes of iDubbbz and Leafy and H3H3 and Grade A Under A, those guys that were around at the time, and getting into the kinds of, situations that they did, we look back on those as being just things that everybody felt like they were a part of because it was interesting to watch unfold. I guess that's what the appeal of Repgate was, among other, drama situations. I get that. Personally, I think people would be much better off if they pulled themselves out from, involving themselves in that kind of drama like what Reps is talking about in this video. That's what I personally think, but it's not like I can't understand the appeal, you know what I mean? Well, that's UTF for you, always needing a new effigy to burn to distract from his own shortcomings. Exactly. It's all a game of projection with people like him. As for Some Guy 27, I have an opinion that would upset 99% of the community. I believe I know what that opinion is. But, I guess the most I can really say is Stevie definitely has his shortcomings as well. He had his anger issues. He definitely acted out when he probably shouldn't have. I think he's very much improved from that. And I feel like, maybe this might have been an extreme course of action. Him deleting his channel was probably the best way for him to do that. It's like a more extreme version, actually, of what Repzion is talking about here, of just, the nuclear option, and like a scorched earth option. Personally, I think, again, moderation is sort of the key here, but pulling out is sort of a thing that you kind of have to do sometimes to really sort of reassess your values and how you want to go about lots of different aspects of life. I hope Stevie's doing fine, since I remember how open he is with his bipolar disorder, and living with BD can be really messy. You want to get an idea of how he's doing, watch, I forget what the video is. Let me quickly, look this up. This, Absent Familiarity. Watch this music video, because there's our man right there. Let me, wait, I'm not supposed to be on this tab. I'm supposed to be on this tab. Oh, wait a minute. What? You mean that Stevie and Danny Boy are indeed getting along again? I did not think it was possible, Shades, after all that went down. Shit changes, People, move on. People, it is possible for people to bury the hatchet. Not everybody cares to do that. Not everybody thinks they can do that, but sometimes people can genuinely do that, and Stevie and Reps were able to do that back in 2019. Like, I think I remember what kind of motivated this. I think it was like I said, around the time of the Chris Hansen streams when Repzion went on to do that interview with Hansen. And he said something to the effect, I'm not sure if it was on that stream or if it was someone else, because this was a while ago. This was how many years ago? This was a little over 4 years ago when this happened. He wanted to, he was saying he wanted to bring more light to the situations that were unfolding with Onision's victims and whatnot. And Stevie interpreted that as, him wanting to, make this about him and whatnot and sort of, leech off the situation, when the way I interpreted it was he was wanting to bring more awareness to what was unfolding. And I remember leaving a comment about that on a video that Stevie, made about that. And Stevie then replied to me saying that he and Daniel actually, talked things out, and he deleted that video. So that's what I think was like the motivator for that was, I guess sort of coming to an understanding like that. And yeah, I remember he said in a deleted video that he explained his fits of rage was from bipolar disorder, so I hope he's taking care of himself, as I said. As surprised as I am to hear that, I'm absolutely happy with the development. Me too. imagine holding a grudge on a situation from 2013. I guess depending on the situation, of course, but, 2013 was like a decade ago now.
Genuinely not happy creating content on this channel anymore and doing what I've been doing for years. It doesn't satisfy me, and I want to be able to connect with people in a more meaningful way. And I feel as if as long as this channel is around, as long as I'm creating on this channel, there's that disconnect. And I don't want to be solidified in a world of being disconnected from people in real life. I've been so heavily involved in the internet culture for so long that it's affected my family, it's affected relationships, it's affected real life people who know me. And I don't want them to experience that anymore. I shouldn't have to worry. I don't want my parents worrying about being swatted again. Okay? There's so much stuff that happens behind the scenes. My parents are in their 60s. My mom's turning 70. I don't want my mom worried about being swatted. I don't want somebody I'm dating to worry about their door being broken down because somebody doesn't like me on the internet and they want to violate our privacy and post personal information and every place I move and I live, and the address gets posted and people show up. No, people don't talk about that stuff very often.
And now we're getting into more extreme stuff with, the mention of this. This is another, kind of dark side to being a content creator and having a large platform. To quote this guy over here, when you become a bigger channel, you become a bigger target. I think it was that. Maybe it was worded differently, but the word target was definitely used there in the Leafy video. And that is one of the negative aspects of this. And that's another reason, like I was saying before, like why I oftentimes feel the need to count my lucky stars that I'm not super huge, because imagine if I had to deal with that kind of stuff. And I have had to deal with, things akin to that. I'm not going to go into detail on it because it's very, very, very personal. A few people know what I'm referring to. But, it was hectic. It was really bad. It was scary. And I can only imagine how scary it was for Reps and the people in his life having to deal with, being swatted, having, his docs be put out all the time, and having people, take shit into real life for whatever reason, just because they find him annoying, just because, they just find him disagreeable or anything like that. Like, let's be honest. I'm not going to act like there aren't people that do kinds of things where if stuff like this were to happen to them, we wouldn't really have sympathy. But let's be honest. The stuff that Repzion, the worst things that he does, are they deserving of criticism? Sure. But taking shit into real life, absolutely not. Like, there's hardly a time to do anything like that. It'd be one thing if he were a criminal. It'd be one thing if, we're dealing with somebody that was like a predator. But this is not one of those cases. In my situation, it was not one of those cases either. And other situations where this has happened to people, it's not the case. You really don't need to hear me say this again. You already know this. Doxing is terrible. Swatting is terrible. Taking these kinds of, petty online beefs into real life, no. Absolutely not. You're a fucking scumbag yourself if you try to do shit like that. Like, you can feel however you want about the person you're doing it to. But when you're resorting to these sorts of actions, it's like, fuck off. For real. Shit, I didn't mean to open a new tab there. That part with the door sounds like he might be referencing what recently happened with Hunter Avallone. This was posted, I'm not sure what, I don't care about Hunter Avallone. I don't keep up with him and his situations. But if it happened before December 2nd, then maybe. But if it was after, probably not. But, you know, I think he may be speaking generally or anything like that, you know, when situations where somebody, like, orders a pizza or something. It's like I didn't order no pizza, anything like that, and just a random pizza shows up out of nowhere or a package. I almost got huge at one point over a video I made on the Batman shootings that happened during that time. Right. Oh, you're talking about I think it was Boulder, Colorado, or Aurora, Colorado. I know it was in Colorado. It was, you know, with the Dark Knight Rises. Let's just say the fallout from that prevented it getting past 400 views. Yeah. Not to deviate too much, but one thing I remember about that was really wholesome was when Christian Bale went to the hospital where there were a bunch of children in there. He went there dressed as Batman. And I thought that was really, really wholesome. And I'm like, already I always thought that Christian Bale was like such a badass actor, but that is what kind of immortalized him to me. Ahem, sniper roll. That's what it was referring to, I'm sure. Yeah, that's a good example. Yeah. You know, why does that situation feel so much older than it is? That whole thing was fucked. You know, because, like, it's one thing to, you know, put someone's docs out there. It's another thing to outright go to somebody's place of living and justifying it by saying, it's public info. Like, yeah, it may be public info, but just because the information is public doesn't mean that it's okay to use that shit for these sorts of malicious purposes. Like, holy shit. Aurora. Right, Aurora. Thank you.
There's so much stuff that I don't talk about that happens behind the scenes that upsets me and hurts my family and my loved ones.
And that's another thing, like, bringing the loved ones into this, bringing the family into this. Like, again, you can feel however you want about a person, but roping, you know, people from their personal life in there, it's like, where do you get off? Where do you get off thinking that you can get away with shit like that just because herder, it's the internet? Like, I really grown such a disgust for that phrase because a lot of the time it's used to justify those types of actions. It's like, man. I guess it's a good thing he didn't Christian Bale out of doing a good deed. Oh, God. But yeah, that was really awesome what Christian Bale did for those kids.
That's the thing that ultimately is one of the biggest reasons is my loved ones are affected by this channel. Because there's crazy people out on the internet and people are invasive, they're cruel, and if they don't like you for whatever reason, they'll do anything they can possibly to disrupt your life, to disrupt your peace. And I want peace.
And for what? Just because they find him annoying? Just because they find certain videos disagreeable? It's like, no, it's not a good reason to do that shit. Like people are petty. That's like the big takeaway. I'm not sure if I'd go as far as to say it's the fault of the channel itself, but I suppose it's kind of a human behavior type of thing more than anything. Like, I do think to some degree, you know, he's not wrong with what he said earlier about, you know, that's just the way things are on the internet. You know, does it make it okay? No. But, you know, there is a more rational explanation, I guess, and a more rational solution, I guess, than than a black and white solution. You know what I mean?
I want to extend peace to other people who I love and care for. And as long as this channel, I'm creating videos on this channel, I fully can't be the best version of myself for my family and loved ones the way that I need to be.
And this relates to kind of what I was kind of talking about a little bit ago earlier in here about how, one thing that I'm kind of wanting to do this year, I'm not really one to do like New Year's resolutions or anything like that, but a thing that I've been working on over the last year and then I'm wanting to do more of this year is, reconnect with old friends, make some new friends too. And, I guess have a little more going on in the way of social interactions. Because, when all you have is online stuff, not that there's anything wrong with that, obviously, but you tend to feel like you're missing something. And, that's a thing that I've spent the last year definitely, thinking a good bit about. See, him talking about how much he worries for his own safety and the safety of others just solidifies why I'm as strongly pro 2A as I am, because there are some real psychos out there who will cross. Yeah, and I understand that. Me and you have talked about this before. This is why I've sometimes thought about seeing about, getting a gun and whatnot. Already, I live in a pretty busy area. I have an alarm system set up over here, as well as, I took my name out of white pages around the time I moved here. I have NordVPN run on here, shout out to them. No, this is not sponsored, unfortunately, but wouldn't it be cool if it was? But these are measures I've taken to, not get fucked with, but sometimes I wonder if that's enough. Sometimes I wonder if what if there's somebody that would, do a lot of cross-referencing or other things and, and show up over here. And what will I do then? And that's when, I would think, what if I did get a gun? What if I, took some classes about it? What if I, learned the ins and outs of it and, was responsible with it, of course. I'm not sure I would go as far as to carry it around with me all the time, but I would have it here. That's the thing that's crossed my mind sometimes. No wonder I had that habit, deleted any content I have up after a certain while. Trauma like that can really make... Reason why I'm kind of glad I'm not super huge, because what if I got huger? What if I got bigger on here and it became more of an incentive for people to, go through my Facebook friends list and message everybody on there saying, hey, I thought you should know this and, stuff like that. That would be fucked if it got to that point, which is why I'm kind of glad that nothing's really come to that yet.
So that's why I'm stopping YouTube in 2024. When I stop, I don't know. It's just going to be sometime in 2024. But I know there's a lot of questions. What am I going to do with the channel? What about my videos? Well, I plan on keeping my videos up on this channel because I think that would be a really large disservice to subscribers and viewers just to remove everything.
And that is another thing that I definitely got to commend right there. Because, a popular thing that's been, a thing that a lot of people do, even people I know, where people, privatize or even outright remove old content and whatnot, some of which I can understand their reasoning and whatnot. I've unlisted some videos that I just don't feel much of a need to have up anymore because I just think they're kind of pointless nowadays. But others I do think serve a purpose and continue to serve that purpose. But a lot of people feel a need to sort of, feel like, the shit is old, no reason to still, have it up, and not consider what kind of a purpose it might serve. And that's why I don't have any intention of getting rid of anything that's currently public on my channel. Because, I want it to continue to serve that purpose, and, I want people to still be able to take something from those videos, even if they're on situations that might be old, even if there are things about them that might seem dated. They still serve that purpose, And likewise, there are videos on Repzion's channel that serve that kind of a purpose. People can still learn from those, whatever they might be taken away, like how not to act, how not to operate in a certain situation, things like that, I think the second half of the comment didn't go through. Did it show up in, like, the pending approval or something? I don't know. It's probably not important.
And number two, I plan my goal. This is what I would like, and this is an also opportunity for anybody watching this. If you are an investor and would like,
okay, and what he's going to get into here, this is something that I'm planning on skipping over because it's really just not important. What he talks about here is he talks about wanting to sell his channel to somebody and, have a bidding war for it. It's going to be, it's expensive as shit. He mentions like $10,000 or something like that. I can't imagine anybody actually doing that or anything like that. I don't think it's a productive use of time or money. But, like I said, it's really just, not important, If he wants to try to sell it to somebody, I can't stop him from doing that. Likewise, I can't really stop anybody from putting 5 figures worth of money into that. But honestly, a little bit of a tangent on another reason why I don't think it's a particularly good idea for anybody to, use this channel to be able to, and, upload to this channel and whatnot. I think it's more productive for, for this to exist as an archive, rather than, giving the channel to somebody else to post on it. Because number one, like, I doubt very many people are going to click on the video because this isn't the person that they subscribe for. And it might not even be about the topics that they subscribe for either. And number two, it's like, you kind of, it's kind of like view botting or sub botting like that. You sort of, bought those numbers and didn't actually like earn it or anything like that. Like, I might not be the biggest channel on here, but what I can definitely say is that everybody that's subscribed to this channel, even the ones that came from, getting recommended and whatnot by someone with more subscribers than me, whether it be from Stout, whether it be from Take Shot Action, whether it be from the dramatic reading of Nate Talks to Yous that I was in about Toby Turner comments, whether it be from Sean from Diamond X Studios, whether it be those 100 subscribers I got after winning the Guitar from Music is Win. I earned all of those subscribers. I earned those opportunities. I earned, all of that. And every, subscriber that I've got outside of that were subscribers that I earned from the effort that I put into what I do. And simply like buying your way into that, not a good use. I'm sorry. I remember that probably because of personal issues. Melly Misfit deleted all of her content, and in hindsight, it was a terrible move as her videos were great. Her videos were pretty good. The worst I could say is that, she had a habit of kind of glancing over like here, like this, to look at the script or bullet points or whatever she had up. That's like the worst I could say, was that they were kind of stunted, but, you know, they were decent videos. Isn't there a thing in TOS that doesn't allow channel commodity? I have no idea. But I think he got the idea from... I wouldn't be surprised if this is where he got the idea from. I think he got the idea from when Ray William Johnson retired and had his series hosted by somebody else. I think he may have got the idea from that. I'm not sure if any, you know, handing over of like login information or anything like that was done over there, but I'm pretty sure that that's where he got the idea from. But anyway, we're going to skip over this. He talks about it for a while. Does he stop here?
The state of that, if anyone who's watching this wants to put up a bid or...
Nope.
Yeah. I think that's it. And this is hard, man.
I can tell.
It's really hard, but it's something that I have to do. I need to do.
Not necessarily. I mean, like I said, I feel like moderation is, you know, a good way to sort of, you know, I guess, work around this sort of quandary. But I guess because she became a very bitter person on Twitter, no wonder Melly deleted her content on Twitter account. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, you know, she did that for, at least with the Twitter, for the same reason here, because she just got really into it. And, you know, I mainly noticed this on Facebook because I'm not on Twitter, but I could tell that, you know, she was getting like really into it and had to pull out. And, you know, I'm not really on Facebook much these days. I do see her on Instagram sometimes, and I do believe that she is, you know, exercising some moderation and how much she engages with, you know, with social media and all that. And I think that was a very healthy decision for her. Yeah, I had to reload because video started buffering, probably because of those comments that didn't go through. Come on, man, bit. You think I have the money for that? Like, I mean, my mom does help me a little financially, but even if I went to her asking, hey, can I have 10,000? Like, this isn't like on The Simpsons when Bart asks Homer for like $500 for that old school itchy and scratchy cell to bring to the courtroom. He's like, hey, Dad, can I have $500? He's like, sure, boy. This isn't like that. No way is that going to go through. Not like I would even really like want to do that anyway, you know. But, you know, I do have one story, you know, that this is sort of making me think about. Back when Reps did Q&A videos, he had people like send video response questions to be featured in his Q&A videos, and I did one. I remember I was like in my car driving from the summer job that I had at the time. This is back in my first year doing YouTube. And I asked him about like metal elitism. And you can find this video in the videos I'm featured in playlist that I have on my channel. But he featured that in one of his Q&As. And that was quite cool. But no, I'm not gonna, you know, put down money for this or anything like that. You know, if he decided to shout me out, that would be nice. He doesn't have to, but if he ever decided to do that, you know, hey. But, you know, no, I'm not going to give him money. Yeah, Melly's takes were awesome, especially that BOTDF, the VOTDF one she did. That one was on point. Yeah, I mean, it might not be a take a rocket scientist, you know, could come up with, but like, you know, hey.
Want to do, because I just ultimately can't be what I need to be in as long as this is my identity, you know. This is it's not healthy for me. And that's what's most important is I want to be healthy, and I want my family to be healthy. I want my loved ones to be healthy, and I don't want my privacy violated anymore. It's been violated so many times that I just can't deal with it anymore, especially now that I no longer have my walls up. I'm no longer thick-skinned, as you would call it. Everything affects me in a really, really big way now. And I can't do YouTube as if everything affects me, because I'm just gonna spiral down, and I know that. So I'm gonna be continue creating content into 2024. I do want to let you guys know that. So I have another video coming out next week. I have videos planned for January. I have videos planned until March, technically March, April, May, but we'll see.
And see, this is another way where I'm kind of thinking, you know, if he's still is planning on, you know, potentially going into May, you know, maybe his mind will change at the time. Maybe along the way he'll realize, hey, you know what? Maybe I'm not ready to do away with this just yet. You know, because, you know, there's a part of me that still enjoys doing this. There's still, you know, joy I get from doing this. It's still, you know, done well for me over the years and whatnot. And there's a part of me that's wondering if that's what's going to go through his head over the course of the next few months. But we will see.
You know, we'll see what happens. I don't know. Everything's in a weird state right now. If the channel doesn't sell, then at the end of the day, I'll just leave everything up and stop creating content altogether. And you just videos will just stop being uploaded, I guess is what you could, best way I can describe it. I don't know. But to everybody who's been watching me, supporting me over the years, thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate you. And I'm sorry, this is just what it has to be this way, because I want to move on to the next chapter of my life. And that involves marriage. That involves a family. And I can't give a family, and I can't give support to the people that I want to give support to, anyone in life, if this channel is a priority of mine. So, link down below in the description.
It's also a matter of, you know, not just moderation, but also, I guess, sort of coming up with a sense of priorities and whatnot. Because, you know, just because YouTube isn't top priority doesn't mean it doesn't need to be a thing at all, is, I guess, what I'm getting at.
Is also, I'm only going to have a couple social media things left. I have a Twitter, link down below. I have a streaming website known as kick.com/DarthPotato, double H, Darth, also linked down below. And I have a, I'm mind blanking right now. Oh, I have a gaming channel. My gaming channel is going to remain. I'm just going to post on that probably very irregularly, but that channel will exist. It's always going to exist because I do love video games. I play a lot of video games, and yeah, if you're really,
and you know, what I think what enters my mind when he mentions, you know, still wanting to post on that gaming channel, which I have, you know, looked at that because, you know, he has, you know, some small rants over there and whatnot. This is, I guess, you know, one of those benefits of being small, because that channel is a lot smaller, like a lot smaller. Like, I think a 4-digit sub count over there. And, you know, kind of like what I was saying earlier, sometimes being small on here has its benefits. And just having a close-knit sub base, a close-knit community and whatnot, you know, sometimes that's all you really need, you know? But, you know, again, I wonder if maybe his interest in posting here may be revigorated, or if that just becomes the focus, then hey, at least you know, you're still keeping that hobby alive. I once sent Repzion a submission where I asked if he could bathe in coconut milk. Would he do it? he'd probably say yes because he's just weird like that. May comes. Maybe I won't be quitting like what you did. Oh. My submission didn't make the cut, of course, but I did get a comment from him, at the very least, saying it was interesting. Well, at least you got something out of him.
All about my content and you really want to see videos from me, go to my gaming channel. It's small, it's personal, and it's video game stuff, and I don't really show my face a whole lot, but at the end of the day, I don't really want to be a public figure anymore in any capacity.
I mean, thing is though, you know, when you post on here, I guess you're kind of a public figure by default if you know, grow an audience of sorts and whatnot. So that public figure, you know, status is, you know, kind of always going to be there, you know, especially, you know, if, you know, you have a job that involves, you know, being online and whatnot. So, you know, that's kind of going to remain, but I guess I'm kind of nitpicking now.
Too much. It's caused too much issues. And I'm on to better things, healthier things. And yeah, so thank you. And I'll see you guys in another video next week. Bye.
And that's that. Okay, it's the end of the video. So here's what was on my mind. And while you're typing, I need to pee right now. So I'm going to switch to the BRB screen. All right, now we're going to go back to this window since we're done, you know, with that video right there. Before I read what you said, Coffee, something I was thinking about while I was peeing that I guess I kind of meant to mention throughout this, you know, dissection is I guess one of my goals, sort of in relation to all this. So anyone that knows me knows that my biggest aspiration is to be a professional guitarist in a band and whatnot. I guess to put it in simpler terms, I want to do what Stout is currently doing. Basically having, you know, his music projects be his main focus. And YouTube is, you know, kind of an afterthought. I'm not gonna, you know, private the videos like what he did and whatnot. But what I want to do, you know, eventually there will come a time where YouTube just becomes less and less of a thing for me. But, you know, what I wouldn't mind doing is still, you know, keeping YouTube as a thing, even if it's really infrequent. Like just because it's not the main priority doesn't mean that it's no longer something that I engage in. Like, maybe I could, you know, keep at making videos while, you know, pursuing music. Maybe I could be like Adam Neely, for example, who, or Become the Night. That's another example. Or other such music YouTubers who have their own bands that they play in, but YouTube is still, you know, a thing that they pursue. It functions as a revenue source for them, like an alternate revenue source. So maybe the band is the alternate revenue source. But, you know, I guess it is possible to do both, you know, and maybe that could be a thing that I do. Maybe it doesn't need to be all or nothing, but, you know, that's another instance of, I guess, moderating, you know, how much you engage with YouTube and all that. So now I'm going to read. I think part of it revolves around the kind of content he makes. Look at someone like PewDiePie. That guy has many times the subs of everyone here, yet is still able to maintain a normal life. I boil this down to that Pewds is a gaming/meme channel, whilst Reps' whole channel revolved around lolcows and internet drama, which is bound to attract attention from the more grimier side of the internet. That is a good point. Like, I always sort of interpreted, with the mention of PewDiePie, I always sort of interpreted that as he has just his own way of just completely tuning everything out and just not even looking at, you know, the comments or anything like that. Not even really looking on, you know, whenever someone makes a video on him, unless, you know, someone tells him, hey, bro, I think you should check this out. That's what I always sort of interpreted the way PewDiePie operates as being. You know, it's not really something I think about too much because I don't watch PewDiePie, but that's what I always sort of interpreted that as. But either way, I sort of feel like, well, not sort of, he definitely has a better way of sort of operating with that than Reps, but maybe the kind of content that he makes does, you know, play into it because, you know, you're attracting that audience, you know. This is where someone like Mr. Medicare was able to get away with it because he always had an air of anonymity, whilst Reps was somewhat of an open book. It isn't necessarily his fault, but more so just not knowing how the wind is going to blow in regards to the consequences of his actions. I mean, the consequences of actions, I always sort of feel like that's more something that you sort of learn through experience, you know, over time as you get more experience on here. You get more of an understanding of how to effectively rise above that shit and not even, you know, bother even thinking about it and whatnot. Anonymity, I guess, might play a part in it, but generally, I think it's more so a matter of experience and coming up with a system of, you know, just tuning the shit out because I think lots of the biggest YouTubers on here, even not as big YouTubers, you know, a lot of them, I doubt even read their comments. And, you know, would it be cool if they did and engage with it a little? Yeah, it would be. But if they don't, I've never really taken that as anything personal. It's just that, you know, they get frequent comments on their stuff all the time. And, you know, it can be kind of overwhelming. So it'd be healthier to just, you know, focus on the content, focus on the production, and, you know, let the comments exist. That's what I always sort of, you know, looked at that as. But at the end of it all, you know, there's definitely something that we could learn from, you know, from Repzion's decision to pull out and similar decisions others have made to sort of pull out of this kind of culture. I've made that decision. You know, I made the decision in the last few years that I wasn't going to, like, involve myself with a lot of drama-centric things. Like, here and there watching a video, that someone makes that, tends to cover drama. Okay. Like, the example that comes readily to mind is Tamimi. And I'm mainly doing that because she's somebody that, I'm kind of an acquaintance of. We knew each other, I guess, way back in the day before her channel blew up. She was subbed to me for a while. I've been subbed to her since like 2014 or 15. But, she knows who I am. She knows me from back in the day. And like, whenever I comment on her videos, it always gets heart reacted from her because I guess she's just really happy to see me there. But that's like the most I tend to really think about that sort of stuff. But outside of that, it's as I said in the disclaimer for the Mary Dansmus videos, I'm not a drama channel and never have been, and really just don't want to be. It's kind of a reason why I haven't really felt much of a desire to make Crybabies of Rock videos, because a lot of that revolves around, drama and whatnot, and, paying attention to a drama situation unfolding. And it's just not really what I'm wanting to do, I'm wanting to spread more positivity on here. I'm wanting to promote enjoying music and, engaging with you guys, having the sorts of conversations and discussions that we do. That's the stuff that, one of my favorite things about what I do on here is having the discussions, engaging with everybody, and, just overall fostering a very chill environment. And not engaging with that sort of, drama-centric kind of stuff, I think is a good method for that. It's the same reason why I don't really feel the need to talk about politics a whole lot. Obviously, political opinions may come in here and there. That's not really something you can effectively escape. I don't really believe it's possible to be completely apolitical, but that doesn't mean that you have to just constantly be engaging with the shit when, it does a number on your mental health, it does a number on your mood. I remember making this decision like back in 2020, maybe even 2019 at the earliest. And that's why, I don't really get very political on here much anymore. But, that's why I understand completely where Daniel is coming from here. It's also why I've been, and, Coffee knows this, and other people that, I've spoken to on Discord about this know this, but last year, like, I was very torn on the iDubbbz situation last year when he made the decision to sort of pull out of that. I don't think he handled it the best either, but like for as much as I really didn't like the way he framed the Content Cop videos and acted like they were just toxic pieces of shit, and that he was just a terrible person in those videos and he was terrible to the subjects of the Content Cops and whatnot. As much as I really didn't like the way he was framing that, it's not like I couldn't understand where he was coming from when he talked about, wanting to pull out of that kind of culture and whatnot. That's why it was really hard for me to really, hate or resent him at the time. And it made me feel a little bad seeing him get the kind of reaction that he did, because again, like with Repzion, I could understand where he was coming from a little bit, even despite how I think he could have definitely handled that a lot better. It's also just occurred to me, Rep, said one of his goals was possibly family. This concerns me as well, because it will be inevitable that his son/daughter would want to do stuff on TikTok, and how would he handle that? How would he handle being recognized that scenario came up? He's engaged, the girl he's engaged to is someone with children. So, kids are already a factor here, but he wants to like officially make them family and whatnot. I mean, he already treats them like family, but he wants, it to be like, marriage official. He wants those children to be as much of his kids and whatnot. Bro, I think we got the same outdated Apple iPhone. If that's yours on the screen, just less smashed than mine. I do have a white iPhone, but that's not the reason why I got that. It's just an overlay that I decided to have for the chat window. I decided, to use a phone for that because it's cool looking and all that. I'm here. Your stream just started as I started my Pokemon Go walk for the day. You missed the first discussion about Repzion's retirement and pulling out of the sort of internet culture. You missed that discussion, but you're in time for the second and third one that we're going to be having over here. But this is, turned into like a heart-to-heart, about, conducting yourself online and navigating through the online world and all that. And it's something that I think lots of people sort of have to learn as they go through it and whatnot. I've had to, you've had to, Reps had to. And, maybe there's still some things for him to learn in there. For as much as I think that maybe it doesn't need to be an all or nothing thing, maybe he could come up with a system of moderation. It's not like I can't understand where he comes from when he talks about this. Because, I've done a lot of soul searching about, what I want to be doing on here, the kind of impact I want to leave, the kind of culture I want to contribute to, the kind of community I want to have, And, I'm content with what I have and, and with what I'm doing, the stuff I've been putting up over the last 2-3 years, maybe 4 years. I think it's some of my best work, and I've had a lot of fun putting it together, and it's another reason why I just, have no interest in stopping anytime soon. Just reading in my Discord, one of my friends in there, one of my buddies in there, replying to my albums list that I decided to post in there, and he's referring to the section of it where I mention a band that I got into through him that I mentioned in the album rundown and best songs, Varg Skeletor, a comedic thrash metal band featuring one Vinesauce Joel. He's not somebody that I watch, but it's somebody that this guy in question, he's a big fan of. I got into his music projects through him, and I guess on my list they were number 48. And he's like, 48 is very special. So, glad that he's content with that. So, I think we're done with the first discussion now about Repzion and pulling out. Now we're going to move on to something else that I noticed throughout last month while I was working on the year-end stuff. Yep, the plagiarism one. So what spawned me to think about this is another thing I posted about on my server, which link to that is in the description. If you're interested in joining, you just have to go through the vetting procedure. But so this isn't specifically about this person and whatnot. This is just the person that kind of got me to think about this, the thing that kind of unfolded from this. So those of you that, are watchers of the music review community and whatnot, especially those of you that have, followed it for a while, you might know this person, maybe. One of my, favorite people in, the pop music review community, somebody that I've been following for a while, somebody that I've even spoken to in the past. An individual by the name of the Double Agent, or Ethan, as I'm going to be calling him. Ethan or Agent is what I'm going to be referring to him as. Really funny guy. His editing used to be like really bombastic, but after a while he sort of, went for a more simplistic kind of style, and really just leaned harder into the humor aspect. In my opinion, he's probably the funniest music reviewer that I've ever watched, if not second after maybe Mike the Snare. And in December, he posted a 3-hour video about, I think it was like a top 20 of the worst pop songs that got released as singles, charted on the Hot 100, but did not make it on the year-end chart because they just made that little of an impact. He refers to them as almost hits, but, they just didn't really do anything and hardly anyone remembers them. I only recognized maybe a couple of them from what I remember, maybe a little more. But it was certainly a trip, a really fun 3-hour trip. I had a great time watching that, even though I was just really, going back and forth between watching that and getting everything ready to film, because I think this was like before I started filming. It was a really good video. But then somewhere along the way, I started seeing a video in my related tab. YouTube really likes recommending me this video because I guess YouTube knows that I like watching lengthy stuff. A certain video about plagiarism on YouTube by one H-Bomber guy. I have not watched the video because, I'm going to be honest, I do not care for H-Bomber guy. I've always found him really condescending. And not to mention, that brand of snark, it's really not for me at all. And not to mention, since I've been, dialing back from politics, of course, I'm probably not going to want to engage with that because I know his stuff is very political, or if not, there's a political aura to it. And that's just not something I'm really interested in. Even if you want to argue that there's like a political bias on my end, there are only maybe 6 or 7 people from the, skeptic community and whatnot that I'm still sub to. Lot more people I either lost interest in or their content was, becoming kind of repetitive and tedious and whatnot. I alluded to this a little in Worst Songs of 2023. But, there aren't really a lot of those kinds of channels that I'm still sub to outside of Some Black Guy, Chris Raygun, Shoe on Head, Armored Skeptic, Blair White, and ironically enough, Repzion, because he was involved with that circle back in those days. But a lot of those guys, kind of pulled out of political stuff. Like Some Black Guy, pulled out last year, and he decided to, become a music commentator, which, hey, cool. I always appreciate, someone doing music commentary, bringing their own perspective in there and whatnot. But he got kind of burned on political stuff and whatnot. Armored Skeptic is doing more like conspiracy stuff and whatnot, sort of, dissecting those and, playing devil's advocate a little bit as well. I don't see Chris Raygun doing a lot of that either. Shoe on Head obviously still engages with it. Blair obviously still engages with it. But, I think a lot of people have, sort of felt like, hey, they just kind of lost their enjoyment of it and, wanted to move on to, something else. Maybe PR might be playing a part in there as well. But, point I'm getting at, not really wanting to watch a lot of political content these days. So that's another angle on why H-Bomber guy wouldn't, appeal to me. But that video has been, circulating around. It's always showing up in my fucking related tab. And this had a hand in influencing Agent Ethan, along with, that 3-hour video, like really blowing up, like pushing 100K views. It got a lot of attention, and people in the comments, comparing him to Todd in the Shadows, and, calling him a repackaging or a ripoff of Todd and whatnot, which, the Todd influence, if you watch his stuff, it's very apparent. It's hard not to take some influence from Todd when you're making, scripted music review discussion content. Like, that's why I cannot get around, with, citing him as an influence of mine, because, maybe not as much of an influence as others, but he's definitely an influence, somebody I do consider an influence. But those Todd comparisons really ended up getting to Ethan, and it led him to make another video called Citing My Sources, where he just goes through various, moments in that 3-hour video that he felt were plagiarized from people like Todd, as well as Rap Critic, Muse even, and some other people I've never heard of, but mostly Todd. And he put it like he was writing Todd fan fiction. Like, that's how much he was viewing himself as just a ripoff of Todd and whatnot. And it was a depressing video to watch. And I'm going to be regurgitating some talking points from my ripoffs video. But I don't believe that what he was doing was plagiarism at all. Maybe some jokes were structured similarly. Maybe he may have found out about some songs and, other pieces of information through Todd and others. But it's not like he was like, jacking things word for word or anything like that. If that's what he was doing, then yeah, obviously that deserves to be called out. But if that's not what you're doing, I don't think you really have anything to worry about. But, much like with the Repzion video, there was also a part of me that kind of understood where he was coming from a little as well, because I'd be lying if there weren't times when I was making my year-end videos when I would be kind of needing something to fill out a spot, and I would rewatch some Todd videos or A Dose of Buckley or whoever else, Sean from Diamond X Studios, for, an idea and whatnot. And, maybe it's probably obvious that, that's where my exposure to those songs came from. But I do try to put my own spin on it, come up with my own observations, talk about what I think needs to be talked about with those songs on whichever video they're in, and, bring something new to the table, do my own thing. That's what I see, and that's what I see Agent as doing. He's doing his own thing. The Todd influence may be apparent, but, he's not a fucking rip-off hack or anything like that. This isn't like Todd fanfiction that he's doing. And this is the thing, I remember when I first started seeing that H-Bomber video making rounds, was that it was going to lead to a bunch of people on here second-guessing themselves like that, and questioning if they want to continue making content because, of the level of influence they take from others. And, they worry, am I just, ripping these people off? Am I just a regurgitation of them? Am I really, original at all? Am I just fucking redundant? And that's just a really toxic mindset to be in. And that's the big thing that just made me feel really bummed out watching that Citing My Sources video of Agents. Because that's what he was thinking. He allowed that shit, he internalized that shit, he allowed it to get to him. And I don't want to see that. Not from him, not from others. Politics in general is a downer, to be honest. Dabbled in it, then decided to nope out of it because it became too much. Thanks, 2016. Oof, regarding plagiarism, your opinions on the channel Illuminati, as she was accused of plagiarism and other horrible things. I do remember a bunch of things going on with Illuminati. Again, I mentioned Tamimi earlier in here. I know she's done a lot of coverage of Illuminati. I don't really remember everything, but I do remember her trying to call out Legal Eagle for stealing her editing style, and it's like, imagine thinking that's something that you can claim ownership to. It's an editing style. Like, that's like saying that I am ripping off Emp Lemon with my editing because he's like my biggest editing influence. Like, it's something that, you know, people are going to have similar editing styles. People are going to have similar takes. People are going to have similar styles of humor. It's just a thing that's going to happen, you know? It's just like how there are bands that sound similar. Like, one thing I mentioned in the comment that I left it on Ethan's video was the reason that I'm not gonna act like he is like a fucking, you know, redundant carbon copy or anything like that. It's the same reason why I wasn't on the Greta Van Fleet hate train when they were being accused of being like, you know, Led Zeppelin clones and whatnot, and still do get that accusation from time to time. Though I think nowadays they've definitely, you know, been improving their sound and building off of it more. But those Led Zeppelin comparisons, you know, that was like their thing and whatnot. But the reason I never, you know, went after them for it or got onto them for it is because, you know how many fucking hard rock bands are there that, you know, write in a very bluesy style, like Led Zeppelin? You know, there were bands before Zeppelin that were doing that, and there are plenty more that, you know, have a similar, you know, approach to writing riffs and vocal melodies and all that. And so I think it's kind of a waste of time to act like somebody owns that style. It's the same reason I thought the fucking Blurred Lines lawsuit was fucking dumb. It's the same reason why, you know, well, actually, no, that's kind of different. I was going to bring up the Ed Sheeran lawsuit, but that's, you know, but that's another lawsuit that I thought was dumb that I'm really glad he won. But these aren't things that I think you can effectively act like anybody can own. So that's another thing that I really just don't like about the sort of plagiarism discussion going on right now, is because at worst, people are just coming to similar conclusions. And, you know, maybe parroting, I guess, you know, parroting a particular point or argument or anything like that. But to act like that's plagiarism, I feel like that's, you know, kind of taken it a little far, I think. You know, plagiarism does exist on here. It's definitely a discussion worth having. There are people that, you know, jack things word for word and whatnot. There have been instances of that deserve to be called out. But stuff like what someone like Agent did is not one of those. And it's just really sad to see whenever somebody, you know, lets that type of shit, you know, kind of kill their motivation and whatnot. And that's another reason why I haven't felt the need to stop making videos, is because, you know, for as much as there may be moments where I feel stuck on something, at the end of the day, the motivation still exists. And, you know, I haven't lost that motivation. And it's sad to see whenever somebody does lose that motivation. I already did my take on H-Bomber Guy's concept of plagiarism. You're free to borrow from it in the Discord server. Here's a useless fact relating to plagiarism. When the Secret Service got started, they were originally part of the Treasury Department to combat counterfeiting. Hello, Hank Cyrus. Okay, let me actually read that that thing you said in the server. The problem is H-Bonger Guy is what he refers. H-Bonger Guy's concept of plagiarism can basically be summed up as people using similar wording or mentioning similar facts. For example, by Bonger Guy's logic, every documentary on D-Day that isn't the oldest one or made by a major corporation would have to be taken down, because all of them would mention that the siege happened on the 6th of June in 1944. As well as this other thing he says, I've actually got a crazy theory about Bonger Guy and people like him and why they are now kicking up this kind of stink. It's an attempt to gatekeep who can and can't make certain type of content, because the only examples that have been pointed to are ones outside of BreadTube, along with a guns put ploy to bring attention to his channel since he doesn't upload often. That could be another, thing going on. Like, it's his way of trying to sort of, weed out the hacks, or anything like that. Weed out these, these channels that he finds to be useless or something like that. It could be politically oriented, but it could also be an attempt to, I guess, get rid of, of channels that he finds to be redundant. And that's and going back to Agent, that's a big thing that makes me feel really bad for him, is that he views himself as useless. I probably meant to say guns out ploy. Feck you, autocorrect. That's what I was thinking too. I wasn't sure, but yeah. It's depressing whenever, people get into these headspaces. And thankfully in the comments of Agent's video, everyone is just pouring out support for him. And hopefully he, thinks about that at the very least. And hopefully other people that are in a similar headspace, can think about that a little and realize that, their videos are worth something. They're worth something. They make good, work. They do good work. Maybe not everybody, but, but there are people that do good work. And for as much as some people may argue that it's derivative, at the end of the day, it has value. And sometimes people need to be reminded of that. I'll get to that later. Yes, I am referring to Double Agent, Hank. I'm talking, the thing that's sort of inspired this discussion was that citing my sources video that he made around Christmas. And how just depressing of a watch that was. And what's sad is, he's not the only person that is, is feeling this way as a result of that H-Bomber Guy video. It gives me another thing to just really resent about that video's existence, is that, it's going to stifle people's creativity and kill their motivation. Because they're just going to be constantly worrying, what if I'm stealing this point or this joke or this gag from someone? I once unknowingly plagiarized an essay on Charles Darwin back in 12th grade as part of an end-of-the-year essay because procrastination. It was a 2-week-long assignment, I believe. But, to relate this to me, I'm someone who's very open about who my inspirations are. Just like Ethan. He's, his inspirations are very apparent if you watch his stuff. Just like with me, you can probably tell who my influences are. I mentioned one a little bit ago, Emp Lemon. But there are others. Todd, I mentioned also. He's somebody that I consider an influence. Sean, I consider an influence nowadays. ARTV. Mike the Snare is like one of my new influences. I would say those are like, my current influences. And there have been plenty of other influences I've had in the past, obviously, Muse and Cover Killer Nation. Those were like the inspirations for me to start this channel and whatnot. The Muse influence, I've been told it's still exists. Like the people that watched the dance ass review that I uploaded to my Google Drive and linked in the description of my Worst Songs of 2012 video. The people that watched that told me, yeah, I can see where that influence comes from. I haven't seen that one, so need to catch it later. Have watched him for 7 to 8 years at this point. I've been watching him since 2014. So for a while. For quite a while. But who else do I consider an influence? Stout I consider an influence. Nate I consider an early editing influence. JJ Discussions, may God rest his soul, is another one of my earliest editing influences. So my influences should be very apparent, even if I didn't mention them. But I don't believe that what I do is derivative from any of them. I feel like I'm doing my own thing. I feel like I'm bringing something unique to the world of music discourse. And that's kind of a thing where, like, everyone has their own, unique relationship and experience with a piece of music that they bring to the discussion. And, certain opinions may be popular. And so, what you say might not be different from what someone else says because you're just coming to similar conclusions because the opinion is popular. And, of course, there's also maybe sometimes where other people's takes may influence yours and whatnot. Sometimes that's actually happened with me. Where, hearing what someone had to say about something got me to think differently about something. But, at the end of the day, like, everyone's perspective is unique. So I think that adds another layer as to why I just don't think it's healthy to view yourself as, a ripoff of, another creator on here. When all it is at the end of the day is just taking a sizable degree of influence. Here's another way to point out the flaws in Bonger Guy's concept of plagiarism. Imagine, if you would, that you were doing a maths test. Well, maths, I know, is what it's called in the UK. It's math over here. And which I totally didn't plagiarize that from Right Opinion. And you write that 2 + 2 + 4, equals 4. However, so does everyone else. So the question would be, did everyone plagiarize your answer, or is it just a case of that everyone else came to the same answer? Because if you're Bonger Guy, it's option 1. I feel like with math and science, there's more objectivity there as well. I feel like that's like the main difference, if any. But, I feel like, bringing up pieces of information that are common knowledge about something, especially if that information is public, I feel like would be a better example there. Although not exactly plagiarism, I remember how the YouTuber SoFlo Antonio fell from grace by stealing a bunch of videos he saw on YouTube and Facebook as stuff he claimed as original work. What I remember about him was that he was just, taking other people's videos and adding, a funny haha quip of himself to the beginning and acting like that's enough to make the whole thing transformative, and then like puts his watermark on it, I think, and posts it to his Facebook. That's what I remember about SoFlo Antonio back then. That's more content theft than plagiarism, I would say. Is the H-Bomber Guy video worth watching? All I know is that it was made by a British BreadTuber account about some gay influencer I didn't know. I know the main subject of the video was a guy by the name of James Somerton, and apparently Internet Historian was also mentioned in there. That's all I know. Again, I have not watched the video because H-Bomber Guy is not somebody I care for. If you want to watch it, I guess do it if you want to. That's like the most I would say. It's not really my call. But yeah, I guess the bottom line with, excuse me, the bottom line with these plagiarism discussions that have been going on is, you know, fuck, I lost my train of thought. I guess at the end of it all is that they shouldn't really be happening. You know, just because somebody's taking influence from somebody, a very prominent influence, a very sizable level of influence from someone, it doesn't make them a ripoff. Coming to a similar conclusion or making a similar point doesn't mean that you're regurgitating from someone else. Having a similar style of delivery does not mean that you're stealing that from someone else. Having a similar editing style does not mean that you're stealing that from someone else. You know, the nature of media, and this is where I'm going to be what I'm going to be regurgitating from the ripoffs video. The nature of media, not even just on YouTube, but with media in general, is that it's always based on something pre-existing. And that applies to YouTube content, is that it's based on something pre-existing. And so with that in mind, a lot of, you know, accusations of plagiarism and ripping off and whatnot are things that really shouldn't be happening, especially if it leads to copyright lawsuits. In regards to internet historian being involved, Repzion did a video covering the plagiarism discussion and showed that the internet historian example had already been rectified. Okay, that's good. Because internet historian is also somebody that I have never really watched before. I only know that he's friends with Emp. That's like all I know about internet historian. But, you know, when I heard that he was, you know, being mentioned in the H-Bomber video, I was like, aw, really? Like, that's what, like, my reaction to finding out about that was. I remember watching a video that was taken wholesale from the book Why Nations Fail, so it does happen, sort of, as the examples and wording were the same, so there is a wrong side of it. That's an example of, like, actual plagiarism. But the kinds of stuff that are being called out here, I don't think are, you know, valid examples of plagiarism. So that just gave me something to not really like about the H-Bomber video being out there, especially seeing the effect that it had on Double Agent and how it's probably had a similar effect on other people that really just don't deserve to feel that way. Like, even if I do watch the H-Bomber video, I'm still probably going to come out of it, you know, saying to myself, no, I'm not going to let this kill my motivation. I'm not going to start thinking of myself as a ripoff of any of the people I take influence from. Because at the end of the day, I'm RanterInShades. That's me. And that's what matters. In fact, it had been rectified for at least a year at this point, which leads to my suspicion I mentioned earlier about Bonner Guy using plagiarism as his cudgel to beat channels he doesn't like. Maybe. I mean, maybe it's just something he felt like bringing up as an example of whatever he was talking about, and maybe just going into it not acting like it's still relevant or anything like that. That's the most benefit of the doubt I can give him. That's really it. But there is nothing new under the sun. It is impossible to be completely original, so it will always be hard to draw where inspiration or just coincidence stops or copyright or stealing. Exactly. You know? It's why I like calling back to that clip from South Park from the Simpsons Already Did It episode when they tell Butters that every idea has been done even before the Simpsons, and Butters like, really? So maybe I shouldn't care about this? And then he just is like, oh wow, things are going to be great now. I can go back to trying to destroy the world. That's the big reason why I think that episode really, really holds up. It's something that I think a lot of people need to remember if they're in like a creative rut. Is that even if you think you're stealing from something else, you know, at the end of the day, you're still you. You're still putting your own spin. You're still doing your own thing. And that's all that matters. And this is also kind of a reason why I look back very fondly on the Ripoffs video and look at that as one of my best videos, even if the editing is a bit too quick-paced. Oh, you're heading off, Hank. Have a good evening. Curious how long I've been streaming now. 2 hours. Okay. Bring this back over and this back over. I'm thinking, is there anything else that I want to say about this, or did I say everything that I wanted to? There was an Arthur episode about plagiarism where Francine stole a Thanksgiving essay she found online as her own work, and it held up well. There's also a Hey Arnold episode about this, where Phoebe is writing a poem for a contest in the class, and being that she isn't exactly one of the more creative people in the group, she's like really stuck on writing a poem. So she steals an Emily Dickinson poem and wins the contest, and she gets this trophy of Emily Dickinson, this really creepy looking trophy, and she starts hearing her voice saying, cheater, cheater. And it becomes a Telltale Heart homage, which maybe that's a little bit ironic, a little bit over there. But what she did in that episode, that's an instance of, outright plagiarism. But ironically enough, the episode as a whole is, putting a spin on something. So even if someone wanted to act like, oh, this is really ironic because this is plagiarizing Telltale Heart, no, it's just an homage to it. There's a difference. Stream in Shades, baby, let's go. Don't know how much you missed the first portion of the stream. The second discussion is kind of wrapping up. I feel like I'm not sure there's much else to say about the plagiarism topic and whatnot. I think we covered everything we wanted to. So I think now we're moving on to topic number 3, which is going to be a much more positive one. Because yesterday and today, I posted about this on my community tab, but yesterday and today is the 10-year anniversary of when the Best and Worst Song series initially launched. January 2nd and 3rd was when I uploaded Best and Worst Songs of 2013, respectively. And I want to do a little bit of a retrospective on that series and whatnot. We're not going to be like watching the videos or anything like that, but I'm just going to be kind of talking about, I guess, the experiences of those videos and what I think holds up and what I think doesn't. Just sort of going through that. So, a little background, a little backstory. So, as I mentioned, I guess this is kind of a good segue from the last topic into this one. But one of my core influences behind, what I do on here was Muse Productions. Because, back when he was identifying as he, I should say, But he was the first person that I saw doing year-end pop music countdowns. This was before I started watching Todd, before I started watching Adosa Buckley, before I even knew that there was a community of people that did this. I just wanted to read what that said. He was the first person I saw making those videos. You know, he was the first person I saw doing a lot of things. The first ranter and reviewer that I ever watched. And so when I started this channel, I figured I decided that it was something that I wanted to try doing because I didn't think there was very many other people doing it other than maybe those, you know, other people I mentioned before, Todd, Buckley, Rap Critic, whoever else was, you know, around at the time. I'm not sure who else was around at the time back in like the early 2010s. But I didn't think there was very many other people doing it, so I figured, hey, maybe I could try doing it because I definitely didn't think there was very many other people doing positive countdowns rather than you know, just sticking with the worst list, because there became a time where, you know, Muse started becoming so positive about pop music that he didn't really think he could really say much in like a best songs countdown and just stuck with the worst songs one. You know, kind of like Buckley does. He only does a worst songs video and not a best songs video because he's not a positive guy at all. I still stand by that the dance you do in one of the lists should become an emoji in the server. Yeah, we'll get to that. But this was sort of the background behind why I started the series, was because I was watching a lot of Muse and wanted to sort of, you know, borrow influence, you know, from that, as what we were kind of saying earlier in here. And what I remember doing was, you know, this was back when the year-end chart, you know, dropped in December. And it was also, you know, Muse was also the influence behind my criteria because that's what he used in his criteria. Like the criteria being that it has to be on the Billboard year-end chart, even if it came out in the previous year and whatnot. And that means that technically, you know, older songs that had a TikTok resurgence technically could have qualified, but I just don't really feel like talking about them. That's why this year, I was thinking about if I wanted to talk about the Miguel song that had a resurgence, because I do like that one, but I decided, you know what, I just don't think it would be fair to things that actually came out this year or came out last year and had their moment in the sun this year. But at the end of the day, the year-end chart was the main criteria. So back then, December was when it dropped. Somewhat early in the month, a little bit later, and this is, of course, back when my scripting and editing was a lot more simplistic than it is now. I remember spending maybe a few days writing both scripts for those videos. They weren't too hard to write. I did watch a lot of Muse's videos as a refresher on certain songs. And I remember, I think I made like maybe 2 or 3 other videos throughout that month of December in 2013. And when my family went on vacation to on our vacation to Florida that year, like after the Christmas traditions at the time that I talked about in that old Christmas video from back then, after like while we were on vacation there, and this was back when family did not know about the channel, but I did all my, you know, revising and clip downloading and whatnot. This was also the time when I started using the video downloader that I still use today, 4K video downloader, because I was looking for a video downloader that could download Vivo videos, because I forget what other downloader I was using back then, but Vivo videos were, and I think still are, like protected. There's like some kind of protection on videos posted to Vivo channels. So I had to find a downloader that could bypass that, and 4K Video Downloader did exactly that and more. It is a great downloader, even if I did have to pay like $20 for like the full version, so I could be able to download like bulk playlists and even archive entire channels. It is a great app. But that's when I started using that. And another thing that was going on at the time, we were talking about, Repgate a little bit earlier. This was a nice distraction from that shit that was still fucking, annoying the shit out of me. But another thing at the time was my parents wanted me to take a winter course at college because they just didn't want me, at home not really doing anything. And plus, taking the winter course there meant I could also be, closer to gardens at the time. We could have our practices. We actually played our first live shows over the winter break while I was, doing this winter course. It was a course about like the history of pop music or something. The history of popular music, I should say. This is where I learned that pop is short for popular in this context. It was a pretty interesting class. And I remember we got back from the Florida vacation like on New Year's Day in 2014. And immediately was when I drove back to school, went back into my dorm and whatnot. It was very cold in there because the heat was turned off, and I had to figure out how to turn it back on. And the first thing I did was record and edit both of the videos. Like, I got them both done in like a day. Those videos were like that easy to make because this was back when I was recording with my computer's webcam and editing with iMovie. It was not much of a challenge at all. I was doing a little more advanced things with iMovie, but it wouldn't be until like the end of January when I got Final Cut and started using that, as well as, filming with the camera that I use today. But, there was a time when my brother wanted that camera back to record either for a school project of his or it was for his baseball games. So I got a different camera that came as a recommendation of my old friend and the first person I ever befriended on here and the first person that I ever worked with on here, Danny the Metalhead. Came as a recommendation from him. It cost me like $400, I think. The Canon ELPH 130IS that I used from April 2014 until I graduated college in May 2016. So 2014 was the year I really started upping my production value. But the Best and Worst Songs videos of 2013, those were still back in the iMovie era. I like to refer to it as the scripting and iMovie era, which is better than the first era where there was no script and iMovie. But that's how I went about it, and I had no idea at the time that those videos would do as well as they did. Like, Worst Songs of 2013 is still like one of my most viewed videos. It's one of the most viewed of the series. And a lot of discussion sparked in the comments, even, people, commenting about how much they hated the video and whatnot and disagreed with my picks and whatnot. That happens and whatnot. Kind of like what we were saying earlier with the Repzion portion of the stream. I didn't really let that bother me because that just comes with talking about music. But those videos did some numbers, and I could tell that this series and whatnot, this tradition that I was going to be continuing at the end of 2014 and onward, was definitely going to be like a mainstay here. These videos were reaching people. They, people tuned in for those videos. Even today, they're videos that, more people tune in for than other videos of mine and whatnot. They perform pretty consistently well. Worst songs of 2023. It's about to pass 1,000 soon. Best songs is probably going to take a little longer to do that, but for a brief moment in time, it was a 1 out of 10 in the view rankings that YouTube does in the dashboard. And I was like, whoa, when does that happen with the best songs videos? And that made me quite happy. Like, even though the year-end videos this year, they do have their technical flaws, I still am really liking how they came out. But we'll get to that when we get to that. So that's sort of the background of the 2013 videos. But what I don't really like about them, I mean, obviously the iMovie and webcam, that's not something I'm really going to like about them. But one of my biggest regrets in the whole series was that I didn't talk about Cruise by Florida Georgia Line and You Know E-N-O. I forget who that song is by. O. It's by a guy called Rocco, and it features Future and Rick Ross. I knew Rick Ross was on it, but I forget if it was his song or someone else's. But I really regret not talking about those two songs in particular. I definitely could have talked about them instead of 22 by Taylor Swift and Beauty and a Beat by Justin Bieber and Nicki Minaj. Because, the main reason I really even talked about that one at all is just because of the Selena thing. But everything else, let me actually find my note of all of the lists, my archive note. And scroll down to 2013. Okay. Everything else on that list, I do not regret putting on at all. I still think that they were deserving of inclusion. And same with the best songs one. Actually, no. A song I wish I talked about in the best songs video was Mirrors by Justin Timberlake. Instead, I talked about Suit and Tie. I could have probably talked about Mirrors instead of Wanted by Hunter Hayes, or maybe Suit and Tie, maybe Can't Hold Us by Macklemore. Does that Rocco song feature Halbert and Heifer and Will? It's Heifer and Filbert, not Wilbert. Good reference. Good Rocco's Modern Life reference. But yeah, that would have made the song at least a little bit better. That's a joke I could have seen myself making in that video, even though I wasn't really watching Rocco's Modern Life a lot at the time. I actually did a binge of that show last year. But yeah, what else about these videos? Get Lucky by Daft Punk, I think I should have put higher in the video. Hall of Fame by The Script, I think I put too high. Other than that, maybe Thrift Shop might have been too high in that video. But other than that, not much to complain about. Now moving on to 2014, when I got that Canon Power Shot. I was editing with Final Cut. So by that metric, obviously these videos are going to be better than the 2013 ones. But one song I regret not talking about in the best songs video that year that I know of was Let Her Go by Passenger. That's like, I don't think I even knew about that song's existence at the time, or if I do, I didn't remember it. I could have probably talked about that instead of Radioactive by Imagine Dragons. You know, like, there are two Imagine Dragons songs in that video, Radioactive and Demons, better known as the This Is My Kingdom Come song. I was admittedly kind of stuck there. It's one reason why I don't exactly look back at 2014 as being a particularly great year for the stuff. I don't really have much to complain about the other stuff I talked about in the best songs video. Maybe I could have thought of something different instead of Talk Dirty by Jason Derulo. That's kind of a guilty pleasure. Same with Turn Down for What. Break Free was like the song that got me into Ariana Grande. Say Something by A Great Big World and Christina Aguilera. Maybe that one was a little too high. Rude by Magic, maybe that could have been higher. All of Me by John Legend, maybe that was a little high. Happy by Pharrell Williams, that was very high. I still like the song. I understand why people find that song annoying, but I stand by its inclusion in this video. And then Let It Go, a number 1. That I stand by as well. And for the worst songs video, I don't think there's much to complain about there. Drunken Love by Beyonce, I think, should have been higher. Anaconda, I think, should have been higher. Fancy, I think, could have been higher. Dark Horse, I think, was too high. Timber by Pitbull featuring Kesha. Part of me thinks it might have been too high, but another part of me thinks, no, it's just right. Oh, there's a dog I'm hearing. And, All About That Bass at number 1, that I still stand by. I really did not agree with the inclusion of Taylor Swift and Kesha to a certain degree in worst songs in hindsight. That is, lol. Which songs are you referring to when you talk about that? Because I've talked about multiple Taylor Swift songs. With Kesha, I think I've only talked about her twice in the worst song series. There was, her featuring on, Timber, like I was mentioning, and then in worst songs of 2013, I had Die Young on that. It's mainly because I found that really annoying in 2012, and I don't think it was on the year-end chart that year, and I wasn't even making videos in 2012. So that was just, I guess, leftover frustration from that. But now, let's move on to 2015, which I've said before on my channel, 2015 is when I really think my videos became watchable, because I was doing more with editing, more thought was going into the scripts, and above all else, 2015 is a year I look back on as being really fun. I have a lot of really fun memories of 2015. Some not so great memories of 2015, but a lot of really fun memories. It's a year that pretty much every year since then has just paled in comparison to. The closest a year came to being better than 2015 was 2021. And that had largely to do with me moving here. Oh, you're referring to I Knew You Were Trouble and Die Young? I still really hate I Knew You Were Trouble. And Die Young, maybe that song isn't as bad as I might have let on, but I still found it really annoying. But anyway, 2015. I definitely could have come up with something different than Bang Bang by Jessie J. That's one big regret I have about that video. I could have also talked about a different Ed Sheeran song, perhaps. Like, what songs of his were on the year-end chart that year? Billboard Year-End Hot 100 Singles of 2015. There we go. And do a Command F of Ed Sheeran. Thinking Out Loud was number 2 that year. Photograph at number 34, and then Don't. Don't was really the only song of his I was really familiar with at the time. So, but I feel like I could have probably talked about Thinking Out Loud. That would have probably made for a better choice there. But what else about the Best Songs video that year? Downtown by Macklemore, I think I put too high. I think I was just too excited to see Macklemore back on, because I remember back in 2013, I thought that Macklemore, people are probably going to laugh at this, I thought Macklemore was was like saving rap at the time. Nowadays, people look at him as being kind of corny, and he kind of is. I don't think he's that bad. At worst, he's just kind of cheesy. But, you know, I was just really burnt out on all the Young Money stuff and all that. And Macklemore was something different, and I just really wanted something different in rap. I wanted a modern rapper that I could like. And I guess I was just too excited to see him, you know, back on. I think Can't Feel My Face by The Weeknd should have been higher. Love Me Like You Do by Ellie Goulding, I think, was a bit too high. Shut Up and Dance, I think, should have been number 2 that year, if not number 3. I think the whole reason I put Hello by Adele at number 2 that year is because I was just really excited to see her back. And, you know, one thing I talked about a fair bit was, and this is still a thing that's true today, she takes pretty lengthy gaps between releasing music. And every time I always worry that, you know, she's just going to fade away. But she doesn't fade away because, you know, people just love hearing from her and whatnot. And that's ultimately kind of why I put Hello really high that year. But Shut Up and Dance, I feel like, is a more exciting song. But no song other than Uptown Funk was going to be number 1 that year. Everything else I think is fine about the video. And the Worst Songs video that year, I don't really have anything to say about, other than Dear Future Husband should have been number 1 in that video. And not fucking Watch Me Whip, Watch Me Nay Nay. Because who even fucking remembers Watch Me Whip, Watch Me Nay Nay? Who even remembers that? Everything else about the video, maybe See You Again should have been at the bottom. Everything else about the video, I got no complaints about. Because everything else, all the other songs I talked about in that video, I still have very not good thoughts about. 2015 was really fun indeed. 3 of my best friendships that I still maintain to this day were formed that year. Macklemore signed his own career's death certificate the moment he tried to get involved with politics. Yeah, I think it was like the next year when he put out that White Privilege song. I just found that really eye-rolling. It didn't really ruin Macklemore for me, but from there, like, things were never the same. The albums that he put out after then, they have not been particularly well received. Least of all the one he put out last year. Quality over quantity. Yep. Now we move on to 2016. Now, 2016 is a year that most people have not very nice things to say about. It was a very tumultuous year. A lot was putting me in a really bad mood. I graduated college that year. My parents got divorced that year. Some family relationships were kind of strained that year. People were just getting really aggro over the 2016 election and other things that were, you know, happening that year. People were just not very positive and whatnot. And it was a real drag to see people that I know in real life just being this cynical and all that. As well as, you know, a few people that I know online, you know, they were getting pretty cynical about the shit too. And it made people hard to engage with. I felt like I had to distance myself a little, which is what I usually do whenever I see somebody going down a pretty dangerous path and whatnot. But that's what, and, along with that, 2016 was also the year where the relationship between myself and Justin, the singer of Gardens, got really strained. Thankfully, me, as I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, me and him did reconnect a little bit ago, and he did apologize for the way things went at that time. I wish he would be a little bit more open about it with everybody that followed Gardens, but him giving me that apology, it really meant a lot to me. I didn't have any intention on stopping being his friend or anything like that, but I definitely, was quite sour towards him at that time. I was quite frustrated with how that ended up panning out. My point being, I had a lot to be pissed off about in 2016. I think a lot of people had a lot to be pissed off about in 2016. But that being said, 2016 is still a year I somehow have pretty fond memories of. It was a pretty fun year to be on YouTube. There were videos I made back then that I have some pretty fond memories of, including the Best and Worst Songs videos. I look back at these two videos as some of the most fun I've had in the whole series. I remember having a lot of fun making those videos, and I find those videos pretty fun to go back to. I remember when depression was really hitting a year later, and into 2018, which we'll get to a little bit. Those 2016 videos made for a pretty good pick-me-up. The catch for me was the rundown of your best album of the year list, and I got bummed when you just started putting them in text. It was fun hearing how much you'd last without running out of breath. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I mean, there's always a bit of a cut between everything. Which, for the record, you never did. Your album footnotes for the standouts were also interesting reading. Yeah, especially when I started adding what the genre of it was. And I tried to be as specific as I can be, because, sometimes a band puts out an album that's different sounding than a previous album than what they get commonly associated with. As tempting as it was, I refrained from commenting on political FB posts from friends that were either on the left or on the right. Yeah, that was something I did try to do and whatnot, but it was just kind of depressing to see, especially after Trump won the election, and seeing a bunch of people just posting these big diatribes on Facebook and whatnot. I remember thinking that, no matter what the outcome of the election is, whether Trump won or Hillary won, that I was going to have to just not go on Facebook for a while. I didn't really do that, but that was something I remember really wanting to do. And hello, Chelsea. 2016 was a pretty fun year for me, attending BronyCon for the first time, graduating high school, and the bowling party we had to celebrate for it, and other great times had. I don't remember exactly, but 2016 might have also been the year I first discovered you through our friend Space Metal Ferrari. I think the timing kind of checks out. I think he mentioned it was like 2015, I think. But anyway, getting back on topic. The Best and Worst Songs of 2016 videos, they're some of my personal favorites. My only issue with them, though, is, again, like the ordering. In the Best Songs video, I think Stressed Out by 21 Pilots should have been number 2 in that year. I still stand by putting When We Were Young at number 1 that year, because that song just kind of resonates in a much more personal way than the 21 Pilots one does. 7 Years by Lucas Graham I put way too high. I Took a Pill in Ibiza I could have probably put higher. Maybe I could have come up with something different to use than Send My Love to Your New Lover by Adele, because that's, to this day, one of the weirdest Adele songs I've ever heard. Other than that, I don't really have any too much to complain about with the ordering with the best songs video that year. The worst songs video, I mentioned this in a video before. Me Too by Meghan Trainor. That should have been number 2. Even if it meant that there were 2 Meghan Trainor songs in a row at the top. Because, yes, that was one of the worst things about 2016, was more Meghan Trainor. Treat You Better, I should have put, like, higher after that. Here by Alessia Cara, I think I put too high. I could have probably come up with something different to use than Like I'm Gonna Lose You, the Meghan Trainor and John Legend duet. I only really put it there because I heard it all the goddamn time at my internship that year. For whatever reason, it always played. Other than that, I don't really have much to complain about with the ordering there. The Meltdown was fun to watch, is all I will say. I'm sure it was. Part of me, it was a little bit fun. I'm not going to lie and say it wasn't. Like, one memory that I'll have of the outcome of the election, the YouTuber formerly known as Rob Dyke, currently now known as Rob Gavigan, because YouTube demonetized him for calling himself by his last name. But I remember there was a "Why Would You Put That on the Internet" video he made, where in response to Lacey Green, he just went on this massive tirade about everything people didn't like about Hillary and why that would have led people to gravitate towards Trump. That felt very cathartic to listen to. And this is coming from somebody that did not vote for Trump. But it felt cathartic, you know, watching that and seeing some reactions. You know, it was kind of funny, but on the whole, I would say I just felt bad for anybody that really engaged at all with that election, because it brought out the worst in everybody. I should have stayed off entirely during that whole period, in all hindsight, really. Yeah. I think it was just the culture at the time. You know, the culture at the time was a lot more politically driven and whatnot. There was a lot more of an audience for that. Nowadays, I think people look back on that and think, I could have definitely benefited from staying out of this. And, you know, I do kind of feel that as well, even though there was some pretty good stuff that was made back in those times. You know, I remember back then, you know, I took a lot of solace in Armored Skeptics videos because, as well as, you know, Some Black Guy and Chris Reagan, you know, I took a lot of solace in those videos because I felt kind of alone. Like, outside of, you know, the circle of friends that I have online, I felt generally alone in feeling the way I did about how people were acting back then. And that's the kind of purpose that they served, you know. I prefer Gen 1 and 2, 3 MLP. We're not talking about MLP here. Meghan Trainor, I can't support any musician who works for Lou Taylor. I just don't like her because she's annoying and preachy. Hey Shades, I told you my story in the comments on your Asperger story. Okay, good for you. Anyway, you know, I think we're done talking about the 2016 videos. Now we move on to the 2017 videos, and I've said a lot of things about these videos, but they definitely don't top 2016 for me. Like, I always try each year for the year-end videos to top the previous years in some way, whether in terms of the editing, whether in terms of the analysis, whether in terms of the writing, anything of that nature. This year was no exception to that, and 2017, the most it really did to sort of top the 2016 videos was it was one of the first videos I made with my green screen, and it really shows. because this was before I figured out how to effectively get rid of what's called chroma roll-off. That's why in those videos you see these weird brown shimmery borders on the side. That's chroma roll-off, and it comes as a result of bad lighting or non-existent lighting. And this is what, motivated me to, get, lights to use for the green screen, because it's supposed to sort of treat those, shadows. And even any chroma roll-off that is there, I know how to get rid of that in Final Cut now. It's a very simple little trick in there. It's not something I think anybody that doesn't use Final Cut would be able to understand, but I know how to do it now. Back in 2017, I did not know how to do that. I also was not like centering myself in the shot at all, or throwing on any color filter in there to sort of get the on-camera shots to not look as bland. So the videos are not good to look at, but I was trying a little bit. But what is inexcusable was not putting Tunnel Vision by Kodak Black at #1 in the worst songs video. That is one thing I will always hate about that video. Like, Look What You Made Me Do by Taylor Swift, that song's bad. It deserves to be on the list, but not at #1. I could have also maybe come up with something different to put on than Bad and Bougie by Migos. Everything else, as well as Despacito as well, I could have come up with a different one than that. I only ever really put that song on there because I was just kind of tired of the meme. Everything else, I don't have any issue with being on the video, and I don't really have any issue with the ordering either, other than the Kodak Black placement in there. And the best songs video, I don't really think I have much of an issue with the ordering there. Maybe I could have put Humble by Kendrick Lamar higher. Maybe DNA as well. One thing I find kind of funny about the best songs of 2017 is how the list is 20% Bruno Mars, 20% Kendrick Lamar, and 20% Imagine Dragons. I find that kind of funny. I could have also maybe come up with a different song to use than Thunder by Imagine Dragons. One song I actually really regret not putting on that video is Sign of the Times by Harry Styles. This was before I started listening to his solo stuff. But that is how I feel about the 2017 videos. 2017 was just kind of a drab year. Had some promise, did some pretty cool things in the first half. Then it just all came kind of crashing down. And I just really was just not feeling good at all. I remember there was a gap from uploading I took at that time for that reason. It's a little personal. I'm not really going to get into it, but it was a terrible time. And it leads me to just have bad thoughts about 2017 as a whole, even though there were some objectively awesome things I did that year. And I guess that sort of bad attitude bled in a little bit to the year-end videos. So that's another thing that I kind of don't really like about those videos. They're better than 2014 and 2013, but I cannot in good conscience say that they top 2015 or 2016. Those videos. So when we get to 2018, I remember telling myself that I want these videos to be as fun as 2016's were. And for the most part, I think I sort of matched that quality a little bit. Obviously, me using the green screen that year, and being a little more joke heavy in those videos definitely helped with that. The editing was, definitely, improving in 2018. 2018 was definitely a year where I started leaning a little in harder to improving my editing even more. And 2019 was the year where I finally learned how to keyframe. But 2018 was definitely, where that seed was planted. And you can see that. It's a year I look back on as being a really great year for the channel. I put out some videos that I look back on as being pretty awesome. Generally speaking, I look at 2018 as a pretty dead year, but a dead year for me personally. Depression was very much there, but, as far as the videos I put out that year, I had some fun with those ones. They're videos I still think of as being some of my best work. But the worst thing I can say about the year-end videos in 2018 was putting New Rules by Dua Lipa on the worst list. If I can be honest, this kind of harkens back to what we were talking about with the plagiarism portion of the stream when I talked about, getting ideas of songs to talk about from other people. If I can be honest, I only really put New Rules on that video because I was kind of stuck for something to put on, and I decided to watch Adosa Buckley's musical autopsy videos and watched the one he did on New Rules and, decided, okay, I guess that's a song I could talk about. That's on the year-end chart. We can do that. And nowadays, now that I'm a fan of Dua Lipa, I'm just looking back at that. I'm like, you idiot. Like, I still don't think New Rules is one of her better songs, but it did not deserve to be on that video. Lucid Dreams maybe didn't deserve to be as high on that video. But, obviously I wouldn't have known that he would die next year. Everything else, I don't think I have much to complain about. Same with In the Best Songs video, other than, actually, I think Let You Down should have actually been number 1 by NF. I think that is kind of more deserving of that spot than Finesse by Bruno Mars. Because that song kind of struck more of a chord with me than Finesse did. Finesse is just another cool Bruno Mars song. That's really all it really is. Perfect by Ed Sheeran, I think I put too high. Say Something by Justin Timberlake, I think I put too high. God Is a Woman, I could have probably put higher in that video. And Better Now by Post Malone, I could have definitely put higher. Everything else, I think, is in just the right spot. In favorite 2023 songs you didn't put on your Instagram and Friends with Benefits by Steel Panther. And do you need to add Steel... I did put Steel Panther in the album rundown that year. They weren't very high in that album rundown because... it's not one of my favorite albums from theirs, On the Prowl. It's not my least favorite album of theirs. That honor goes to Lower the Bar. But it didn't top their last album. I really enjoyed Heavy Metal Rules in 2019. I actually put Heavy Metal Rules above Balls Out. But I'm not sure. It's hard to say if they're going to top Feel the Steel and All You Can Eat, especially after Lexi Fox left the band. But yeah, if you missed Steel Panther in that album rundown, that's probably why. It just wasn't incredibly high. But I'm not sure what about my Instagram you're referring to. Shades, tisk tisk. Now, to be fair, New Rules is one of Dua's weakest songs. It is good lyrically, but the music leaves to be desired. Yeah, that's why, I can't exactly blame 2018 me for, for thinking of putting it on, because it really just was not exciting lyrically in the way that everything she would do after that would be. Like after talking about her in 2020, I did go back to that first album and listen to more of the stuff there, and there is great stuff on there. It's just that New Rules isn't one of them. Please use some commas. That was hard to read. Okay. On your Instagram. Oh yeah, right. Yeah, that's kind of another reason. I just didn't really find On the Prowl to be that memorable of an album of theirs. It was still an all right time, but it's not as memorable as Feel the Steel, All You Can Eat, or Heavy Metal Rules, or even Balls Out. It's still all right, but, you know, not one of Steel Panther's better albums, in my opinion. Now, moving on to 2019. The 2019 year-end videos, you did not put Winger's... I did put Winger in the rundown there. Digital, I'm not sure what that refers to. And Olivia Rodrigo. I didn't really put her on the rundown because there just wasn't really enough from the album that I liked enough to put it on. You know, the good stuff on Guts was really good. Like I said in the video, I do think that her new album is an improvement over her debut by a landslide. But I don't know. Olivia Rodrigo, she's one of those artists where I only like maybe about half of her albums. So that's my only real issue with her. And the reason why that is because I feel like she leans a bit much into the ballads. And I don't really want her to be a ballad artist. You know, that's the stereotype of Adele's. Oh, now I'm seeing what you were referring to, Railroad, about the Asperger's video. I'll read. That's a long one. I'll read that when I'm not streaming. And Bandcamp single notification. I better go now, unfortunately, as I have to leave in a few minutes. But thank you for such an introspective live. You are welcome. But back to this. The 2019 year-end videos are also videos I look back on quite fondly as being some of my best ones in the series. For one, like I said, 2019 was when I learned how to keyframe. I look at the videos as being pretty fun. My only issue with both of these videos is, once again, the ordering. Both of the Panic at the Disco songs I talked about in the Best Songs video, I put way too high. When the Party's Over should have been much higher. Circles should have been much higher. Someone You Love by Louis Capaldi, I think I put too high. Same with Sucker by the Jonas Brothers. I think I put that too high. Or maybe it could have been a little higher. I don't even know. Definitely a middle of the video song. I could have definitely come up with something different to put in place of Me by Taylor Swift. But everything else, got no issue with. I very much stand by Breathin' being at number one that year. That's one of my favorite number ones that I talked about in the whole series. Now, with the Worst Songs video that year, You Need to Calm Down should have been number one that year, not Truth Hurts by Lizzo. Honestly, looking back on that, I feel like putting Lizzo at number one largely came from that Like a Girl song that I mentioned in that segment, and just really finding that song to be really cringe and annoying. And it's like, well, the song isn't like a girl, you know? It's not as egregious as that, and it's not really as deserving of, at the very least, being number one that year. You could have probably gotten away with having it be higher, but it's not more deserving of the top spot than You Need to Calm Down. That song I really, really hate. But I think that's the only issue I have with the ordering of that year. Maybe Old Town Road could have been lower that year. Maybe Hot Girl Summer could have been lower. But that's, I think, all I have to say about the ordering there. The 2019 album rundown was fun, and I quote, "The Reign of Kindo, happy however after." Haha. And no, I ain't calling them Kindo anymore. And no, I ain't calling them Kindo, screw you. Lo and behold, they switched back the name a year later. Was it a year later? I could have sworn it was like last year or the year before that they ended up doing that. And I was like, big shock that that's what they would do, because that's what people know them as. But yeah, I remember there was also some weird complications. I don't really remember. I know they posted a big story on their Instagram about where they've been and all that. And they're, trying to come back into the swing of things and whatnot. Something was up with them. And it was a pretty sad read. But yeah, that's a funny moment in that rundown that year. But I think that's all I have to say about those videos. Now, 2020. 2020. Objectively speaking, 2020 is probably the worst year of my life. Had to deal with letting some people go. Had to deal with the lockdown going on, concerts being postponed as well as canceled, including the Rage Against the Machine and My Chemical Romance reunion tours. They would get postponed again in 2021. But hardly anything. Of course, also, the election that year as well. That was not as annoying as 2016's was, but there was quite a lot that was, agitating people about that. But largely, COVID and the pandemic, that was just, just weighing down on a lot of people. It was making a lot of people miserable. Like, I don't think I could name anybody that had a really good 2020. There are some positive aspects of 2020 that I look back on pretty fondly, some fun memories I remember from 2020 that mostly came from what I did on here that year. That's like the most positive I could really say about that. But, nothing hurt quite like Fenway being put down that year. Thankfully, he didn't have to live to see the pandemic, because then it would have been harder to get him the help he needed. But it was still just really difficult, saying goodbye to him. And I still look back at a lot of videos and pictures I have of him because I miss him. He was my best friend, But that was the worst aspect of 2020, was not having my best friend around when I really needed him. But the year-end videos in 2020, even despite some audio issues that I think I fixed fine enough, for whatever reason, my microphone was making sure. I don't know how well you can see it, but let me bring this open. But you see this light over here? One thing about this microphone is you can switch between directional and omnidirectional. Directional means it's just picking up things from one direction. And omnidirectional means it's picking up like everything surrounding it, like the whole room. And somehow the microphone got set to omnidirectional. And so I was getting a lot of background noise. And I used like a bunch of noise removal filters on the audio in that video. And I doubled the audio just to make everything a little more pronounced. And I think I got it to sound fine enough, but not great. But even despite that, those are videos I had a pretty fun time making. Probably even more fun than 2019. And I think a lot of it had to do with, oh, I thought you said you were leaving, Gwen, Disco Duck Gandalf. I thought you said you were leaving. I think I was definitely like channeling a lot of my frustration into both those videos, using it as fuel for not just talking about the stuff in the Worst Songs video, as well as also it being the first year that I started posting the Worst Songs video first and the Best Songs one after, but also just using that, channeling that energy into saying, hey, there was really good stuff that came out that year, really great stuff that came out that year. the songs I talked about in the best songs video that year, I really enjoyed talking about all of them. I don't have any regrets about, including or not including, certain things. And I don't really have anything wrong with the ordering either. I think this was the year where actually, no. I was thinking hard about it in previous years, but this year I especially started thinking a lot harder about the ordering because I just looked back at the 2019 one as being like, this was too high or this was too low. And I remember originally I didn't have Everything I Wanted by Billie Eilish too high in the best songs video, nor did I have Adore You too high either. And when I listened to them more, I was thinking, you know what? These need to be number 2 and number 3 respectively. And Blinding Lights was the obvious pick for number 1 in the best list. And there was definitely, there was a part of me that felt bad for not talking about Say So by Doja Cat that year, but I didn't really feel as strongly about it as the ones I did talking about. I don't know what I could have said about that I didn't say about Dua Lipa that year. And the worst songs video, the ordering there, part of me thinks I could have put Savage Love higher. Like maybe even higher than I put WAP, which there was a part of me that really did want to put that at number 1, but I knew that would get me a lot of reactions. And at the very least, the song had some funny lines, which, held it, which I think was like the main thing that, held it off of number 1. And the songs I ranked higher in that video were like the only songs I felt comfortable ranking higher. Dance Monkey, Tootsie Slide, and Yummy by the Biebs. But other than that, don't really got much issues with the ordering here or the picks there. I'm pretty fine with them both. 2020, a big no bueno for all living people. 2020 was an even bigger mess than 2016. It took a long time to wash our hands from that. I mean, I think the election in 2016 was more annoying than 2020 because I think most people were generally on the same page and wanting COVID to not be a thing. It's just that, some people weren't, taking it as seriously as others. And, I've said before, but the reason Biden won in 2020 had largely to do with people just wanting out of the pandemic. And they felt that he was taking it more seriously than Trump. That's what I think. But the year as a whole, 2020 was very much worse than 2016. It felt worse. The pandemic obviously made it worse. 2016, I at least have some fond memories of. I don't have as much fond memories of 2020. Sounds like you accidentally tapped the button. Oh yeah, I did tap the button when I was demonstrating what the button does. Rip Fenway. Meanwhile, mine is a cardioid podcast like Mike. Yeah. Similarly to your boy Fenway, one of the few good things I can say about 2020 was my great-grandmother didn't have to see the pandemic ravage the world. She passed in January at the age of 95. Fenway was put down at like the end of February, like right when the pandemic was on the horizon. Like one of the last things I remember doing before the pandemic was seeing Devin Townsend along with Contortionist and Haken on the first day of March. And then like a week later was when everyone was told to stay indoors and whatnot, outside of whenever you need to go to the grocery store. I was expecting to see Arch Echo's EP Story 1 on your album rundown for 2020, but didn't come up, maybe because it's an EP. That record, short as it was, blew my mind most of the year. maybe I don't think I was listening to Arch. I don't think I had started listening to Arch Echo at that time. I forget when it was. It was either 2019 or 2020 that I got into them through Become the Night. I see dogs living their best life and their time on Earth is short. I'm lucky my dog gave me 15 years. Yeah, I remember your dog was put down not too long after Fenway. 2021 was not good for me with my dog. My dog Buddy lived to only be 12. R.I.P. Buddy. This was the year after the pandemic began. 2021 too, man. Yeah. Getting back on track. 2020, I definitely put out some videos I really like. Did some pretty fun streams that year too. But outside of that, it was just a really miserable year. But it was the year I started reconnecting with some family. That was a thing too. It was also the year that I put a lot of determination into making 2021 a lot better, you know? And I was very determined about that going into 2021. That's why at the end of the year-end videos, I played in the outro 1921 by The Who, the part where they say, "Got a feeling 21's gonna be a good year." Because that's how I felt about 2021. That's what I wanted for 2021. And, you know, because in 2020, my mom was telling me that she was, you know, planning on having 2021 be the year that the house gets put up for sale. And that you know, we should both, you know, I should find, you know, my own place as well. So I don't need to be, you know, at her place, considering her house is a lot smaller. And I was very determined there. I figured, you know, getting out of that town and moving over to Worcester County, where I always wanted to be in Massachusetts, would be a motivator for improving a lot of things about my life after 2020. And generally speaking, 2021 is the best year I've had since 2015. And, you know, did a lot of pretty fun things that year. It didn't end the greatest because that's when I got COVID. But it's a year I look back on as being pretty damn fun. Now, the worst and best songs videos that year, those are videos I look back on as being really fun. Had a pretty good time putting those together, especially when it came to getting, you know, the people involved that I did. In particular, the part in the dishonorable mentions in the War Songs video with Blue Magus and talking about the fucking Iced Earth parody. I forget what it's fucking called. But that fucking song, Coffee remembers what it's called. He'll probably put it in the chat. But that fucking song, it's one of the cringiest things ever. But anyway, the only thing I really feel about these videos is that I do kind of feel that maybe Happier Than Ever by Billie Eilish could have been higher in that video. Definitely higher than Take My Breath by The Weeknd. The Weeknd song is definitely more fun, but I think the Billie Eilish one is more meaningful. Like maybe they could have switched, but because everything else, I don't think I would feel comfortable putting Happier Than Ever higher than POV by Ariana Grande, Leave the Door Open by Silk Sonic, Levitating by Dua Lipa, and Good For You by Olivia Rodrigo. And everything else, I mentioned this in Best Songs of 2022, but I wish that Shivers by Ed Sheeran made it on the year-end chart that year so I could talk about that instead of Bad Habits. Bad Habits was one of those, you know, sort of compromise songs, I guess. You know, I still think the song's okay, but everything else definitely better than. And the Worst Songs video, maybe I could have come up with something different than Astronaut in the Ocean. maybe, actually, no. Everything else, I have no problem with it being on, and I think it's in a good enough spot. It's just that one. The number 10 spot is usually the spot where it's like, I just need something to put there. One of those kinds of things. And just to think this year is also an election year, I expect shenanigans. I'm going to try my best to tune that shit out, even though I probably won't be able to. You and me both, Deathcore Pringle Man. I don't have the exact date, but I think it was a year before Blinding Lights when Shades Shows Off started being a regular segment in the best list with those good-ass guitar... Oh, yeah. No, 2016 was the first year I did that. 2019 was the year I started playing to a backing track, to the instrumental that I used. Because in Best Songs of 2016, the song I gave the solo treatment that year was X's and O's by Ellie King. But I wasn't playing to a backing track. But 2019 was... Actually, no. Wait. No, 2018 was. I forgot. Because 2018 had Say Something by Justin Timberlake got that treatment. 2019 had Circles by Post Malone get that treatment. 2020 had both Rain on Me and Blinding Lights get that treatment. And the Blinding Lights solo, that is one of my favorite things I've ever composed. That one and the one I did for I'll Make a Man Out of You in the Disney Songs video are like the two favorite ones I've ever made. 2021 had Good For You by Olivia Rodrigo. 2022 had Stay by the Kid Laroi and Oh My God by Adele. And this year had why am I blanking on this? It's fucking Until I Found You and Need a Favor getting the solo treatment. But nothing will top the Blinding Lights one. 2021 started off really good, but then by the end of that, things soured for reasons besides losing Buddy. There was like another COVID variant, coming in as quickly as the first one went away. And I got COVID at a concert I went to earlier in December that year. I got it from In Her Own Words, so thanks, guys. The song was called The Glorious LARP. That's what it is. The Glorious LARP. Flattened Earth. That's the name of the band the name that he used. Flattened Earth. And was written by a complete clown. He is a fucking clown. I remember me and Danny talking, like, at the time about, other crap videos he's made. Adam Levine is trash, especially with the sex scandals, but made good memes. Yeah, I memed on him pretty hard in the Maroon 5 video last year. With that holy fucking fuck DM. 2024, otherwise known as the year I stopped thinking and learned to simply embrace the clown world. I remember my mom got COVID twice. My mom got COVID twice too from traveling. But outside of that, 2020 I look back on as being like the year where I really dedicated to, having a really positive attitude and doing some really healthy things that year. There's even some nostalgia I have for spring that year when the moving process began and I was bouncing back between staying at my aunt's house because the house was being worked on. There's even some nostalgia I have for that period of time. As well as, like, the first summer I had living here. But then we move on to 2022. The year of detachment, as I talked about in the year-end videos that year. Did some cool things in 2022. Generally a pretty nice year, but also a pretty sad year as well. Reasons are a little personal, but... The year-end videos that year, I don't look at them as topping 2021. The editing is a bit too quick-paced in those videos. This was also before I had yet to figure out how to get a good EQ rather than just simple noise removal. But these are both like the 2 longest videos in the series as well. Don't really have anything to say about the song choices nor the ordering. Of course, you know, maybe down the line, maybe I might, but I don't know. I used to watch your vids years ago and came across this live stream. Good to see you're still doing stuff. Go look back through some of my recent stuff. You will be surprised at how different my content is now than it was from however long ago you're talking. 2023 was solid. I enjoyed 2023 quite a lot. I didn't go into it with the best attitude, but I definitely ended the year with a really great attitude. And I have some big things in mind for 2024. Some good video ideas. I know what my next What's Wrong With is going to be. I know what my next front cover video is going to be. I know what my next Retrospective is going to be, unless I do one before it. And I don't know if maybe this will be the year where I make part 3 of the cancel culture trilogy. Especially since I feel like both the first front cover video and the best songs video this year kind of opened this sort of wound, for lack of a better term, I guess, about what the subject of this video is going to be about. It is going to be a little political, but I'm hoping I can go about it very carefully. I don't want to spoil that much, but we will see if this is the year I do that. I also have an April Fool's video that I've had the script written for this a while back. But that's another thing I'm going to be doing this year. Who knows what else? 2021 was not a great year for me, to be honest. I got COVID for the first time in February. My parents got COVID in July/August, and my mom got pneumonia because of it. I'm just glad she recovered. Yeah, I remember having pneumonia back in 2009. I remember missing like weeks of school because of that. COVID-related pneumonia, that's something that my senpai Tyler Larson of Music Is Win, I remember had to deal with towards the end of 2020, COVID pneumonia. And that was around the same time that Cover Killer Nation was having his heart surgery at the time. And I remember Finn McKenty also being in the hospital around the time. I forgot why. I'm not sure why. But all 3 of them, like, being in the hospital, I remember being like, wow. I remember you did vids about metal elitists and stuff like that. Yep, I did. I don't really do that anymore. One of my recent videos talks a little about why. Yeah, the political aspect of that video, that's kind of a thing that's kind of leaving me feeling like, I don't want to do this now, but it's a video I really want to make, but no, but yes, but no. Like, that kind of thing. Again, we'll see if I actually do that this year. But those are my plans for 2024. And there's definitely other things that I want to be doing as well. I'm not sure if I want to reveal them here because they're a little private and personal. I sort of touched on them earlier in the stream. That's another kind of intention I have for this year. But I'm wanting this year to be cool, and I think I have it in me to make them cool, and I hope you have it in yourselves to make your 2024 cool. Lol Pringles. Unfortunately, the metal elitist well has become so dry, it's now starting bushfires. Yeah. I feel like, kind of like I said in that video, the slowdown video, the metal elitist slowdown video, I feel like it's kind of become an issue that's more or less been resolved. I feel like it's definitely become the minority nowadays. Coffee nowadays would argue that they've been replaced, that the new issue now is wokeism, which, yeah, it kind of is an issue that I see around in the metal community. But I feel like, but at the same time, I feel like that's sort of a thing that sort of influenced a cultural shift in the metal community that got the elitism to be kind of a minority, even though I would honestly kind of say, the super woke people have kind of become the new elitists in that regard. So, in that regard, it's still alive and well, just in a different form. But even then, I have been, taking my channel in a bit different of a direction from that, and I'm much more comfortable with the direction the channel's been going in now. It's a lot more positive of an experience now, and I'm enjoying making the stuff a lot more, leaning hard into that video essay editing style. Deathcore Pringles is cracking me up, as it does. I kind of assumed that, Pringles, there aren't as many annoying people in the metal community now as there is now. They're still out there, but not as prevalent from what I notice. Yeah, they still exist, obviously. But I feel like it's generally curbed out. I feel like, and more or less replaced with a new set of problems, I guess. But I feel like there's also more constructive discussion, I guess, going on about what is best for the metal scene and whatnot, and what bands can do to be fresh with their content, and I guess not let the creative well run dry, be able to earn a living, and bring something new to the table. And these are discussions I really like. I really appreciate being had. This is why I made the why I hate the rock is dead argument video a few years ago. Another video that I have some very positive thoughts towards. It's like if the PMRC dropped the Bibles and pearls and swapped them in for blue hair dye and soy milk. Pretty much. It makes you wonder if these people kind of realize the parallels and the similarities between them and the PMRC. Like, maybe the PMRC were more paranoid, but it's that attitude that's still around. I branched out to other communities outside of the metal community, so I noticed how worse elitism can be. Yeah. That's a thing, too. That, too. You want to see real elitism out of control? Lol. Try going to an anime forum or a PC building forum, or go to twitter.com. You'll find it there, too. And that's why I don't have an account there, why I don't want an account there. Sometimes I wonder if maybe that will help with networking and getting my videos more publicity. But then I remember, no, you'll be inserting yourself into one of the most toxic environments. And it's like, no, 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 no. Rock is finished, bro. Country is kicked hip-hop off the top spot, and we're going back to listening to yeehaw music for the next decade. Country definitely did have a really big year, probably its biggest year in a long time. I wouldn't go as far as to say rock is finished. It's just, you know, it's around. It's doing its own thing, and it's as well as, you know, figuring things out, I guess. I got a letter from Jehovah's Witness. I read it ripped apart. Cool. Sorry, an ad came in right as you were reading. Oh yeah, I do have monetization on this. But yeah, did you hear what I said about a good place to go if you want to see real elitism? Twitter is that way because it attracts the most people online. I don't know what it is about it. What about its features makes people act the way they do on there? Maybe it's because it's public. But, you know, Instagram is public too. Facebook isn't as public, but Instagram definitely is. But you don't see this attitude there a whole lot. No, the ad cut you off. Oh. I was saying, if you want to see real elitism, go to twitter.com. And that's a big part of why I don't want to create an account there, even when sometimes I feel like it would be good for networking purposes and publicity purposes. Of course, YouTube needs money. That's why the ads exist. It's a website. Websites need to make money to continue to exist. Are you in that big Discord server for all the YouTube music critics? No, I am not. I'm not. I had no idea that even exists, unless you're referring to the one that Sean runs, or maybe someone else. But no, I'm only in. I'm only in 7 servers, and only 3 of them are really active. One of them being my own. Which the link to mine is in the description if you want to join. Just gotta be sure to go through the vetting procedure. A mix of it being public and the fact you can be anonymous. Yeah. Need to consume YouTube ads, then skip them. Just saw a really funny meme in one of the servers. Just getting rid of those notifications. Also haven't watched Cover Killer in a while and had no idea about his surgery. He also retired from YouTube like at the beginning of 2020 for financial and health related reasons. Since then, I think he's only posted like one video about Old Town Road, I think, about Lil Nas X, I want to say. And I think did a few streams, but that's like the most I've, really seen from him outside of like Facebook and Instagram and whatnot. To the chat, if you do join, please mention what your channel name is. Yes, that is important. You need to mention what your channel is because if I recognize your name, if I recognize you as being someone that's, commented before or anything like that, then I will, vet you in. I'm just going to put this out there. I mentioned this to Coffee before a few days ago, actually, but since I've noticed that subscriptions are no longer viewable on people's channels, that we might need to come up with a different vetting procedure, or even just do away with it. I don't even know. That's still something I'm kind of trying to figure out about that. I still think a vetting system should exist, but it's going to have to probably be different. I'll try and find the invite for that Discord server for you if you want to join OBS. Figure it might be good for networking. Who knows? I mean, part of me is, kind of apprehensive about this. And now I'm going to tell you a little story that I've kind of documented and even mentioned a little bit ago in this very stream. But I'm going to tell you the reason why I haven't really, one of the big reasons why I haven't, made an effort to involve myself more with the music review community. Number one, it's because I don't consider myself a reviewer. I don't really consider what I do reviews. I consider what I do commentary on music, commenting on music. That's the root word of commentary. That's hence why, the term I've coined is music commentary. That's one reason. But the other reason, it's a little political, but not heavily political. But given that I know how left-leaning a lot of music review people tend to be, it leaves me being apprehensive about getting too close to them, because what if they just make every conversation with me into a political debate or a roasting session or anything like that? And it's not like I can't, handle being joked about or anything like that. But, it's hard to feel like I'm really, wanted around there when it doesn't feel like I'm being treated with respect. And a thing that leads me to think this is, if anybody remembers, it was 2022 actually when I did this. The first short that I ever posted on here, called "Excuse Me" with a bunch of question marks, where I'm reading these tweets that I found from using the term search, because I know how to do that on Twitter. But when I searched myself on there, I found these tweets from a guy insinuating that I, in his words, don't like women much. And I have no idea where he got that idea, but I ended up finding out that this was somebody that's part of Sean's community. And it got me worried, do other people in Sean's community think this way about me? I don't think Sean himself feels that way about me, or else he wouldn't have featured me in those cameo fests. But it leaves me kind of, worried how I'm viewed there. And if I, involve myself more there, would I be getting fair treatment? And that's the thing. And that kind of apprehension is, sort of there when reading about that server that you're mentioning, River's Edge. I wouldn't want to do anything like that unless I know for sure that, that I'm being treated fairly and respectfully. Because it'll just make me feel, because otherwise I'm just going to feel like I did back when I first joined the ranting community back in the day. Even before Repgate, when I was just being treated as the butt of jokes too much. And again, It's not to say that I can't handle being joked about. You know, if the joke is, clever enough, if, if it feels nice in that moment, I can, I'm perfectly capable of laughing at myself and whatnot and not taking things too seriously. But there are times when it happens too much, it leads you to wonder if these people really like you, if these people really want you around. And there were times back in the day when it didn't really feel like that. And even today, it kind of doesn't feel like that. Which is why I've been kind of keeping to myself a little bit. And, my own, like, friend group here and whatnot. But getting back to, the political aspect of what I was, saying, a big thing I've been working on in the last few years, Coffee knows this, Chelsea knows this, anybody that talks to me on Discord knows this. But a thing I've been working on, and this is part of the reason why I just haven't really been wanting to get political on here, is because one thing I've been making do, and I touched on this in War Songs of 2023, was I don't think it's healthy or fair to place a burgeoning emphasis on the politics of others, not unless they're just being really toxic about it, which I don't believe, that the people in the music review community and whatnot, I don't believe they are, at least not most of them. Some of them have had their moments where they've had me going like, okay, I think you're going a bit far with this. It doesn't outright ruin their content for me, but it did get me to not really enjoy the particular video that much. I'm sure Coffee knows exactly what I'm thinking of when I say this. But that's like the only real issue. But outside of that, I've been trying to not care that much about politics because I see what that does to people. It brings out the worst in people, and that includes myself. And a big part of why I've been trying to pull out of that is because I just don't want to feel super miserable, because that's how politics makes me feel. It makes me feel miserable. And so I don't make a point to care if someone is, more left-leaning or right-leaning than me, as long as they're, at least a decent person, and at the very least, can be chill or anything like that. And I'm sure most people can. Like Coffee, for example, he is, on the right side of things. And he's never gone out of his way to be disrespectful to me or to Atticus or to other people that are more left-leaning or anything like that. Because we can find some, common ground with each other, and we can get along and all that. And if you're capable of doing that, then there's not really going to be an issue. But if the treatment I'm going to be getting is just a bunch of, dunks for political takes or anything like that, or, things of that nature, then it's like, what am I even doing? That's what it gets me asking. Darn best to him, referring to CKN. I like to see more vids besides music reviews. Who is that referring to? Do you want to turn the channel into a side hustle, or do you want to just keep it as a hobby that doesn't generate much money? It could just as easily be both, I mainly do this as a hobby, That was my intention when I first started the channel, and it's been my intention ever since then. Even if I wanted to make this into a money earner, I am nowhere near the position where I can really earn a substantial amount from it. But that's okay, because, I do this for fun, The whole reason I still keep at this is because, it's still fun for me. The videos I've been making nowadays, they're some of the most fun I can remember having working on videos. So it's hard to imagine how I would feel if I was in a position where this could be like a hustle or even a side hustle. Like, I can't really say it would be the worst thing if it were, but I would still mainly want to be treating it as a hobby. Politics is never fun regardless which side you're on. Most people who base their personality around politics rarely seem pleasant to be around, in my opinion. Exactly. There have been people I've distanced myself from, if not outright cut off, for those reasons, because they were just getting way too deep into it and becoming just really unpleasant people. And honestly, a big reason why I just don't really want to talk much about politics is because I worry about becoming that. Sometimes when I think back to 2016 or 2017 or even 2018, I sort of feel like I was veering into that, and I only barely, pulled out before it could have gotten worse. Like coffee, I'm on the right as well for politics. Yep, Hair Metal Brony or Lane the Vaporeon is also like that as well, The most I really have to say about you is, I don't know, I remember when you were talking about how you thought the election was stolen. I was thinking to myself, I don't know, man. That's like the worst I could say about you and your politics. This is all kind of why I like the person that I have become, is because I feel like I've, found peace of mind, I feel like. And I'm not saying this to talk down on anybody or anything like that, but that's kind of how I feel nowadays. Politics is like the Oculus mirror. You can look into it for a short period, but glare too long, and the mirror might stare back and even consume you. Yes. We've seen what happens when people fall way too deep into those rabbit holes. That's the reason I made the Muse video back in the day, is because he was getting way too deep into it. Now, thankfully, me and him, or them, let's be polite, we are cordial with each other now. There really isn't any animosity between me and Muse anymore, and I'm glad about that. He, from what I've been seeing, has toned down a little bit, but don't go to the Twitter. That's all I'm gonna say. I feel like it shows, growth there and whatnot. But what led me to make that video back in 2018 was seeing Muse go down that path and alienate a bunch of people while doing so. And that sucks to see. It sucks to see when otherwise decent people just go down those rabbit holes and become these farces of themselves. Because they don't have to do that. They could just as easily put their focus into something more fun or pleasant. Like what I try to do. I mostly just mock politicians. Well, yeah, like if you want to make jokes about them here and there, they kind of set themselves up for that in a way, which, weirdly enough, that's exactly what we were kind of talking about in the Repzion segment, about kind of putting yourself in a position where that is to kind of be expected. But yeah, when you get too into it, that's when you start kind of losing your humanity. Politicians are easy to mock. Might I ask, your opinion and taste on music changed much throughout the years? A video that I recommend you watch at some point in the near future. Last year, for my 10-year anniversary of joining YouTube, of starting this channel and making videos, I made a video called Just Enjoy Music, which is a kind of video essay about what I believe are like the core aspects of what being a music fan means to me, and letting go of this idea that, you know, that if you listen to a certain type of music, you can't touch a certain other type of music, and just learn to let go of that kind of, you know, mentality and whatnot. That's something that has definitely changed. Is there are artists and genres even that, you know, years ago I could never see myself listening to. There are artists I've come around on. There are genres I wasn't initially super big on, but now have more of an appreciation for, like R&B. I have more of a taste for pop music now than I did 10 years ago. And yeah, you can find some examples in that video. It's a video I think everybody should watch. It's probably my favorite video I've ever made or will ever make. Have you considered joining our Discord server? If you have the link, the link is in the description. It says right there on the bottom, right there, links in the description. So the link to join the server is there. You just need to clarify that, you know, you're Tony the Oni. And the same goes for anybody else wanting to join the server. Just mention what your channel is, and then you will be vetted in. You can join in on the conversations we have in there, the bi-weekly calls that we have in there, which I believe is going to be going on this week. If not this week, then next week. Also, that's probably the best way of going about it. A lot of genres have lots of interesting stuff to offer. Yeah, I feel like this idea that a lot of metal fans have, that listening to anything that isn't metal is, you know, bad. Same with rock fans, listening to anything that doesn't have guitar or acoustic drums. I feel like that's doing a disservice to yourself as a music fan. And that's largely what the Just Enjoy Music video is about. Now I need to pee again, so I will be right back. Right, back now. What did I miss? Oh, Tony the Oni came in. Huh. There we go. All right. The way the music cuts in made me laugh out loud. And you're welcome, Tony. Yeah, the music that I use here. It's music from one of the Pajama Sam games. Forget what music it is. I know it's not the load save screen one because that's different. I think the settings button, I think. But it's this very like elevator sounding jazz song that I just think is kind of funny sounding. So I just have a loop of that going on in the BRB screen on here. It comes from the worst Pajama Sam game, Pajama Sam 4. That game is so terrible, and I could rant about why. But it has some good music. Music that I've used in videos before. That's like the only good thing about that game. I occasionally still listen to deathcore. It used to be my favorite subgenre in high school. I've never been huge on deathcore. There's not really a lot of bands I listen to from it, although one entered my library very recently, Abiotic. They're pretty good. They're proggy deathcore. So, God, I only played the first two, 2 is the best, 1 is also awesome, 3 is really good, 4 sucks. Part of me kind of wants to stream those games. It's just it would just be way too out of the blue for me to do on here, though. But I think it would be a fun thing to do, maybe. But the 4th game, that was from when Humongous got bought out by Atari. And there's a lot I could say about it, but I still listen to deathcore. It's why it's my favorite flavor of Pringles. I thought your favorite flavor was the spicy kind, because those are the kind when you eat when you have something really spicy to say. Or is that what the deathcore ones taste like? How would you describe the flavor of Pringles? Yeah, I would like to know that. You know what I'm going to do, actually, because I'm realizing it's 10 p.m. right now? I am going to go on Domino's website and order pizza. Hmm. 1R. Continue. Small. Add. No. Checkout. Nah. Take me to the goddamn checkout already. Damn it. All right, do I actually have this memorized now? No, apparently not. Excuse me once again. That's the only number I have to change. There we go. So, a little story. One thing that happened last year was my debit card got hacked, and I had to get a new one. So, I finally was like almost having the new number memorized, but there was just one thing I had to get in my head that's what the number is. I thought it was one number when it was a different, but that's what's up there. It was a pretty shitty situation. And now I'm gonna open this and enter in there. All right. It's something like bleh. That doesn't sound very appetizing. I'm into Prague a lot. Yeah. Prague is my love. That's another video I might make this year. One of the next two What's Wrong Withs is gonna be the one on Dream Theater, which is gonna be an interesting one to work on. So indigestion, kind of, but with a hint of trapped gas. The deathcore scene is kind of slowed from what I noticed. It's a lot different than what it was in like the early 2010s. The early 2010s was back when, you know, the metal elitists really loved complaining about it and whatnot. I remember when people were acting like Bring Me the Horizon was like the worst band ever, and that Suicide Silence also sucked. And now I feel like the narrative is kind of, you know, turned around on both of them. I do still fuck with Thy Art is Murder and Carnifex and probably a few other bands that aren't coming straight to mind. Thy Art is Murder is one of those bands where I know they're talented, but I can't get into them. Carnifex have their first, how many albums? The first 4 albums of theirs in there. And they're a band I would say is probably a favorite in deathcore. Here's my deathcore list. Here's what I have in there. Abiotic, who's like brand new to my library. As Blood Runs Black. Betraying the Martyrs is probably more metalcore, but I have them in there. Bring Me the Horizon I have in there. Carcosa, Andrew Baina's band. Carnifex, Dark Watch, Austin Dickey's current band. Dissimulator, one of Jared Dine's old bands. The Fallen Rain, Glass Casket, I Wrestled a Bear Once, Rings of Saturn, who have kind of... They've become an instrumental prog band now. but their early stuff was super deathcore. Shadow of Intent, another one of my favorites. Spite, Veil of Maya, they're a little more progressive metalcore, and Whitechapel, my favorite one. Lol, I have my deathcore playlist on right now. Bit off topic, but you've lost weight, bro. Looking sharp. Thank you. That is a big thing that I've been, doing a lot over the last year, is working with my trainer, doing a lot of ab workouts, lots and lots and lots of crunches. Like in the beginning of the War Songs video, you see me on one of the machines that I always make a point to use whenever I'm at the gym, this crunch machine where you're going down like that in the chair. And the machine there, it allows you to rotate the bottom in 3 different directions. So it's really nifty. I used to have a Bring Me the Horizon shirt in like 2013, except I only had it because it looked cool. I didn't even know the band Omega. Oh, really? Huh. On the topic of Bring Me the Horizon, doesn't it suck that Jordan Fish left the band? Because I feel like he's responsible for kind of rejuvenating their sound after the deathcore era. Like, he's plays a large part in why Sempiternal and post-human survival horror are as good as they are. And who knows what they're gonna sound like without him. Bring Me the Horizon is honestly better now than when they were Screamo. Imagine still calling a band Screamo in 2024. But yeah, like, when I listened to Sempiternal, I was like, this is the best thing they've ever done, or will ever do. And I don't know if I like those first 3 albums as much as that one. Post-Human Survival Horror was also really great. I'm not a fan of That's the Spirit, and I'm definitely not a fan of Amo. That's the Spirit, I feel like, is a little too hard rock for my liking. But Sempiternal is an awesome metalcore album. You might need to send me the list of deathcore, because I probably won't remember. I'll probably DM you that, or maybe we'll talk about it on Discord, if you remind me. A poser, Yeah, that is kind of what a poser would do, I hate to say, is, wear a shirt of a band he genuinely doesn't even know. So it's one of those contexts where it makes sense to use. I was friends with a guy who was the guitarist for a deathcore band called Mess in the Morgue. That was really early 2010s. That sounds like an early 2010s name. I just got a comment on the Best Songs video this year. Jelly Roll sounds like a bad Chris Cornell impression. Aw, that's not nice. I mean, maybe it's a compliment. Because a Chris Cornell comparison could be treated as a compliment. But hey now. Sandpit Turtle is definitely their peak, if you ask me. Is that the name of one of their albums? Yep, I was a filthy poser at one point, even for Metallica of all bands in 2012. I had a shirt of theirs when One was the only song of theirs I had. Granted, the shirt was a gift. Okay, so, I suppose, some forgiveness can be there. You're at least familiar. You at least had some familiarity with them. You at least knew who they were. So you can't really be too at fault for that. But yeah. One being the only one. It's funny. But yeah. It's always good. There was a time when the only Metallica songs I knew were Master of Puppets, Enter Sandman, and One. Eventually, I wanted to hear more. And so more I got. Sandpit Turtle is a meme name for Sandpit. Oh. Now I get it. Yeah, that is their peak. And post-human survival horror, I feel like, is the closest they came to replicating that. I was actually listening to my favorite track from post-human survival horror last night, Obey, with Youngblood. That song is such a good riff. Posthuman is a good album, certainly better than Amo. Very much better than Amo. I didn't even bother with Amo because it's not what I want to listen to from them. Yeah, I was very impressed with Posthuman. And I'm looking forward to the second Posthuman that's coming out this year. Hoping I like it as much as survival horror. What do I... Wow, I forgot to change this to 2024. Wow. Yeah. Posthuman Next Gen is near the top of my album calendar that I have written down over here on my notepad app. I also have Rabia Masad, Nick Deep, Alkaline Trio, Caligula's Horse, Being as an Ocean, The Aristocrats, Isan, Another Sky, the final Sum 41 album, and Witherfall written down that I know the dates of for this year. Amo has like a few songs I enjoyed, but it was mostly just dry. I honestly sort of treat that as there's one point, it's funny we were talking about music reviewers, but because in the last Train Records video that Todd did about No Fixed Address by Nickelback, which is their weakest album by a long shot, he shows this meme of like their album of like, what the albums are basically like described as. I screenshotted the thing on here. Let me find it. This is like from... There it is. So this is what I'm talking about. So every artist has the one that got popular, and it's Silver Side Up. Greatest album of all time. They use Dark Horse for there, which no. Dark Horse is not their best. There's some pretty weak songs on there. Overlooked masterpiece, and it's Feed the Machine. That's a pretty good one, but there's some pretty weak stuff on there as well. Experimental, in quotes, and it shows Here Right Now, which that's my favorite Nickelback album. The one everyone forgets about, or is that forgets or... Yeah, forgets. The one that everyone forgets about, and it's Long Road, which that's one of my favorites. Cult classic, and it shows The State. That's a pretty good one. Fan favorite, All the Right Reasons. And the pop album fans hated, and it's No Fixed Address. That's how I feel about Amo. The pop album fans hated. And I think that had a lot to do with why they got post-human survival horror to sound the way it did. Having Mick Gordon producing, that was a good ass move. It's funny how overhated Nickelback was back then. Yeah. Nowadays, I feel like that torch has been passed. Nowadays, that treatment is given to Imagine Dragons, and they're definitely more deserving of it. I do try to give them benefit of the doubt, but they've put out some pretty lame stuff. Whereas Nickelback, I sort of feel like their best stuff is when they lean. The best stuff is when they lean more into the heavy stuff, the heavy sound. And like they weren't a fantastic band, but there was such worse stuff. And I mentioned this in the last stream I did, but last summer I actually saw Nickelback live, and it was really fun. I wish they played more heavy stuff, but I had a pretty fun time over there. even though parking over there was really fucking annoying because the show was very much sold out. I honestly never understood the Nickelback hate. They sound pretty damn great. Just listen to Silver Side Up and All the Right Reasons. The 2 full albums of theirs I have. Check out Here and Now. That's my favorite. Their first 2 albums are a lot more raw and grungy sounding. Curb and The State. Long Road has some pretty good heavy stuff on it. Those are the albums I would say are their best. And the title track on Feed the Machine. That song is like, holy hell. What's that one other one? The Betrayal Act 3. That song is also awesome on Feed the Machine. I'm not an Imagine Dragons fan. I like that Enemy song, but mostly because of Arcane. That's a song I talked about in my Worst Songs video last year. Awkward. I really did not like Radioactive when that song came out. Someone's car alarm is going off. Hopefully you're not hearing that. Good, it's off now. Radioactive I just think is okay. I do think Believer is really good. I stand by including that song in Best Songs of 2017. Demons I also stand by including in Best Songs of 2014. Those are like the 2 that I really like from them. Not to mention, how many of Nickelback's songs are memes? Photograph is calling. Yep. One thing I remember from when I saw them live, when they got to play on that song, he said something to... Chad Kroeger said something to the effect of, you can tell somebody's age by what they think of when they think of this song. Like, to some people, it's a really good meme. And that tells you enough about someone's age. And it is a really good meme. A really, really great meme. And it's nice to see when a band, embraces the meme. It reminds me of some time ago that I got a Bands in Town email. Which if you don't use that app, you should. It's basically kind of become a way for bands to sort of it's sort of become like a mailing list thing for bands. And I remember getting one from Mudvayne that started with Berber Ding, and I'm like, yay, they're embracing the meme. Radioactive was obnoxiously melodramatic to me. Yeah, it's just kind of average, is what it is. Ah. Well, as Peter Parker once said, it's pizza time. And we're back now. And the shades are not on. Alright. I'm only silent in chat as I am adding stuff to the deathcore list. Okay. Hasn't Mudvayne started touring again recently? They have. It was like a couple years ago when they announced their reunion. I'm animating some stuff while listening. Finalized one gag earlier. Cool. By the way, to all of you guys, Beakman here put out a trailer for his upcoming video, and if you liked the videos we made together, this is the guy I made the Hey Arnold video with. Or if you've seen one of his SpongeBob analysis videos on his channel that I cameoed in, you should sub to him and get hyped. Because he is working very diligently on something that I'm very excited for. And since I have pizza now, of course I got this as well. It's 0 sugar. That's the compromise that I'm making. In the comments of his video, there was one guy saying, "Who are you and why am I subbed to you?" And I replied to him saying, "A legend in the making." Anyway. I lost like 17 subs when I uploaded it, XD. I think some folks didn't know about the rebrand. You were kind of, I think you were kind of silent about the rebrand, or at the very least, not as vocal about it. So maybe that's where the confusion comes from. Or maybe they just got really offended that you called them sponge boomers. Like they just said, "What? I never. How rude." Maybe something like that happened. They probably didn't see my posts throughout the year. Probably. I remember the rebrand took place around the time I was working on the Just Enjoy Music video, and when I noticed that you had changed your channel name, I had to change one of the screenshots that I had in there so it would show your current channel name in there. I hope that's the reason. There's context for it in the final vid. Yeah, I think I remember you showing me that part. The term basically describes millennial SpongeBob fans who only watch the first 3 seasons. So, me. I'm one of those people that only watches the first 3 seasons. I actually did a binge of those first 3 seasons before I started working on the year-end videos. It was fun. But, I think it should be treated as one of those, tongue-in-cheek kind of things, one of those funny meme pejoratives and whatnot that people just adopt, I guess. Do. I only really watched the first 3 and maybe the 4th, along with seasons 10 through 12. Yeah, like, I've heard various, people that talk about SpongeBob on here say that the show did improve after a number of seasons. And I remember watching the video that Mr. Enter made about season 4 in hindsight, and how that season kind of had a redemption arc of sorts. That's like the most I understand about the post-movie seasons. The later seasons are actually funny AF. I'm hoping that I'm won over, I suppose. SpongeBob has a ton of memeability. Absolutely. It's one of the most memeable things ever, and that's one thing that makes it as good as it is. In fact, an idea I have for a game having to do with that would be pretty fun to play with somebody. It's a game where you're going through each of the pre-movie seasons, since those are the ones that people know, and you have to name a meme that comes from that episode. Did you see Mr. Enter's videos he did on Squidward, Torture Bones, and Patrick's a Prick episodes? Don't think I've watched those in a long time. But I know those are much older videos of his that I don't really have the best memory of. I know Mr. Enter has the turning red needed more 9/11 guy. Yeah, that was a thing. That was indeed a thing. Man, those were the days. Like, I know Enter is kind of seen as controversial to some, but he's somebody that I kind of see as being hit or miss, I guess. You know, when he hits pretty well. But sometimes he just kind of loses the plot a little bit. That Turning Red video being one of those times. 2013 really was one of the years Mr. Enter used to especially be a giant dick in his reviews. There's a video he made last year, like around the time I made the Just Enjoy Music video, weirdly enough, where he talks about his worst videos. I think it's a really interesting watch, where he sort of, you know, looks back at the videos he thinks are like the worst ones he ever made and whatnot. And it's like, yeah, when you really think back to it, yeah, dude was, you know, I'm sure he had genuinely good intentions, but man, he certainly did a number to, you know, not be super likable back in those days. I started watching him in 2014. And ever since then, I've just been seeing the guy generally improve. I'm glad to see the guy's been doing better. I know he's been through some dark places over the past few years, and even with mistakes he's made, I think he's really turned around. Yeah. I know he put out a children's book or something, and it was poorly put together. He was also trying to kind of get like the pilot for a cartoon series off the ground and whatnot, but that ended up kind of falling through. I did feel pretty bad about that. Whenever someone has a creative project and it fails, it's not great to see. Yeah, the animated pilot was a massive failure, unfortunately. Yeah, and it kind of sucked to see, because I know how much he really cared about that. That's a bummer indeed. I will say Enter's critique of the extra credits videos was exceptionally well done, and his Technocracy series was also extremely good. That they were. Even if I don't care for his other videos. The Technocracy videos were really great. And, you know, I do remember back then when extra credits was, you know, that one video about Nazis and whatnot, and everybody was, you know, making their own response. I know Nate actually did a video on that, and it was interesting seeing Enter do a video on that for an animated atrocities. And, you know, from what I remember about that extra credits video, yeah, it was bad. He's one of those creators that inspired me to make my character analysis vids. I do remember that. I remember when I was rewatching the 3 that you have on your channel. I remember in the Mr. Krabs one, you referenced Enter specifically, and I'm like, yeah, that's the kind of foothold he had in that community at the time. Like, regardless how it turned out, it still seemed like something he was passionate about. I never really watch his stuff. I mostly know him from his lolcow, for lack of a better word, moments. Yeah. Even through all that, I always believed that he was better than that. And I feel like in recent times, he's proved that. One thing I will also say, the video he did about the online harassment that he received, that one kind of hit home for me a little bit. That one I felt kind of bad watching. I made a lot of refs to him and Nostalgia Critic. Mm-hmm. Nostalgia Critic's another person where, you know, whether people like it or not, there's definitely little bits of influence from his work if there's somebody that, you know, does reviews or analyses or anything like that. I remember Extra Credits also did a vid about orcs being a racist depiction or something like that. Oh, boy. NC really went downhill after changed the channel. I still watch his stuff here and there, especially in the more positive reviews. But the change the channel thing was definitely, you know, a big turning point in the history of Channel Awesome / that guy with the glasses. Kind of like, it felt like a turning point for reviewers in general. I feel like after that was when things really started feeling different. A lot of his older vids and a period of his post-revival were hilarious. Of course, there are episodes of his that I still like looking back on, such as the Doug movie one that I actually watched after binging Doug. As well as the Quest for Camelot one. That one's hilarious. The Master of Disguise one. That video was also really bad, especially since they used 40K as an example, which if you know 40K, like me, you know how terrible of an example that is to use. I'm still baffled that NC managed to get Corey Taylor to be on his wall video. Oh boy, the wall video. Yeah, we don't talk about that. And fun fact, now I brought this up on Discord once. Did you know that Anthony Fantano's review of the Wall album that Doug made is on Genius? Like the whole review, not even just the song from the beginning. I think the shift button on my keyboard might be goofed. His more recent ones are not completely horrible, but they just don't have the same punch that the jokes in the older vids had. Yeah, I sort of feel like nowadays they're more like traditional reviews and less, I guess, less of a comedic edge, which I don't really mind. It's just that, Yeah, Pringles. I always thought extra credits was a hack. He only agreed to it since his son is an NC fan. Oh wow, the son being the one that's invented, I believe. The wall review is one of the worst fits I've ever seen. Corey Taylor couldn't save it. Neither could Rob Scallon. As Fantano said, hope you make it rain on Scallon. Hey, critic, leave the wall alone. Like I said, that whole review Fantano did is transcribed and on Genius, and it's great. What pizza is that you've got? Papa John's, Little Caesars. It's Domino's. It is a Italian sausage and bacon pizza, and it's pretty awesome. I was singing it in Cal's voice. Right. This might be a bit of a hot topic, but I also feel Cinemassacre is going the way of Channel Awesome in terms of being sterile. I wouldn't really know because, as sacrilegious as this is probably going to sound, AVGN has never been somebody that I've watched because I'm not into gaming content. So, you know, I've always heard good things about James Rolfe for the most part, but I can't really say it surprises me that that's how people are feeling about him as of late. Interesting topics. I used to get Domino's a lot as a kid before Papa John's took over as my favorite pizza chain. Domino's is what I always do whenever I wanna order delivery and I trust that they're open. Yeah, there's even a whole subreddit dedicated to ripping on Bimmy. Hungry Howie's and Little Caesars are super delicious as well. Little Caesars is pretty great too. I like getting Italian sausage bacon pizzas there too. It's just that they close earlier than I would like, and Domino's is the one I trust to be open. Maybe. Did he stop bothering with music now after the reaction he got? Who are we talking about here? Especially since Cinemassacre has been bought by that company that now makes him do podcasts with a bunch of guys he doesn't care about much and is doing sponsors for Soylent. That sounds very unfortunate. James Rolfe has been having other people write his reviews. That and Mike Matei hasn't had any real input on the creative process. I remember when everyone hated Mike Matei. There was that whole thing with him years back. I forget what was up with that. But that's the whole reason I even know his name. Bimmy is a nickname people have given James from a video he made. Huh. Yeah. Again, I'm learning things. Last slice. Introducing the angry, soylent, infused nerd. Wait a minute. That's just Reddit's entire user base. Can't forget about Rex Viper. I never minded Mike. Again, like, I have no real stake in anything related to AVGN since he's not somebody I watch. So Mike made some racist comics at some point, and it pretty much tarnished public perception of him, of course. I'm just remembering there was this one situation. I remember, like, back when I actually watched Archfiend, I remember he did a video about it, I think. I think his Brown Bix vid is funny for that wrong reasons. Yay, angry cats outside. I would not know, Chelsea, because I'm not where you are. I'm not hearing any cats over here that you're picking up, that my microphone is picking up anyway. I remember the Archfiend enjoyed taunting Mike Matei a lot. Yeah. He, Mike Matei and AVGN, I remember being people that he really just ran into the ground back then. I had no idea about the comics. Neither do I, evidently. Sit down and study. I heard them in real life. Oof. Old school. Old School is a pretty good movie. Pretty funny movie. Haven't watched it in a while. But it is a pretty funny Will Ferrell movie that he's in. Mike is pretty much the second brain behind most of the AVGN vids. That's what I kind of gathered. He was like the sort of, consultant, I guess. I don't know. That's all for that pizza. Is Shades making his mukbang debut? I'm not talking about drama. At least I don't think I am. So, he played a lot of extra characters, had a hand in writing, also convinced James to make more AVGN vids back in the day. Shades, it's only ASMR if you treat it as such. But yeah, I'm done with the pizza now. I ate it all. Mukbanging shades. Hey guys, RanterInShades here. Access my first to memorize Domino's style. I just replace it with whatever food I'm eating. So did you hear about this idiot that I'm going to talk about with food in my mouth? Now I'm going to quickly toss the box. I couldn't imagine why people like eating sounds. There's a fetish for everything. That's the scariest thing about the world we live in. Is that someone has a fetish for. Is if you look at everything around you, there is someone in the world that has a fetish for it. Gets banned for masticating on camera. I do not know what that word means, if it is even a word. Oh, now I have that BRB music stuck in my head. Oh, God. Coffee in the Discord server just posted a GIF of Nikocado just beating his food into oblivion with a broom. Mukbanging shades after only the second week. Nikocado creeps me out. Everything about him creeps me out. Masticating means chewing. Oh, cool. I learned a new word. It goes from ASMR to how to basic, Lane just now said. It needs eggs in order to be how to basic. That's literally the only thing I know about him because because I was never really a fan of how to basic. I always found him somewhat annoying, but he was utilized very well in the Cake trilogy. Yes, Coffee is correct now in the server. He says, I think this was meant to be in the stream chat. Yeah, because unless I switch the window over here to the Discord window, then, which I only do whenever I'm streaming calls, um, then no one's gonna see it if they aren't in the server. That's pretty much all there was to How to Basic, pretty much. That and the fact we never seen his face. Mm-hmm. Um, you could say it's pretty basic, perhaps. The one thing I don't like about getting dominoes is my colon is never particularly pleased when I do it. Nikocado is the least self-aware of his act at this point. Not bad when he was not back when he was going down his rabbit hole. That saga is just sad and infuriating. I wasn't really paying very much attention to his rabbit hole because I didn't really care too much. I've just, heard a few things and I'm like, yeah, dude needs to lose some weight. That's like the most thought I really give to him. He needs to lose weight and not play with his food. Do, do, do. I watched Trosvid on him, 4 Hours of Depravity. I have watched that, or rather, I had it playing in the background while I was doing other things, but I do remember that video. Like, there was a time when that was like the longest video I ever sat through. I learned Nikocado used to be a health nut in early years. Huh. Yeah, he used to be hardcore vegan. Huh. Yeah. The thing I remember thinking whenever I watched Right Opinions video, or around here, I like referring to him as Righty because no one messes with Righty. Um, I remember thinking like there is just way too much unfolding right here. I always felt Nikocado was just a guy with a degradation fetish. That's true, actually. I love Iceberg. Do not search videos. Was watching a super long video on Columbine. Maybe an inflation one too. This is certainly helping me to feel good about my body. That would be pyrocynical. Another person that I've never watched before. I have a serious you better do what coffee says, Chelsea, and sit down and study. At least he ain't Boogie. Ooh. That's a good question. A good question. Who is in worse shape between Nikocado, Boogie, and Wings of Redemption? Because all three of them are people that I've just never really paid much attention to. I used to be subbed to Boogie, but eventually lost interest. And now hearing the kinds of things I am about him, it's like, yeah. If I don't, do I get detention? Oof, Boogie is just pathetic. Like, here's my thing with Boogie. Like, when there was that whole situation with that one guy stalking him, you know, I felt really, really bad because I've known people that have dealt with that before. I've dealt with it a little before. It's kind of the reason why I had to pay like $5 to do this to get my name taken out of white pages. So Boogie's always been just the kind of person where I want to feel sorry for, but he just keeps digging holes for himself. I saw the recent doc about Boogie. The dude has some serious problems, so I've heard. Now I can go back to water. I think Boogie is just thriving off of pity at this point. Could be. The fact he okayed that documentary about him kind of shows, huh? Makes you think. Pretty much, he's burned a lot of bridges with people. Yeah. I feel like this sort of harkens back to the first topic of this stream about Repzion's wanting to pull out. I feel like, Boogie is sort of, what happens when you get in too deep. And you don't realize that you need to pull out. God, the BRB music now is stuck in my head. And I don't even hear it when it plays for you guys. But it's in my head. Skeptic YouTuber Repzion. He's not really much of a skeptic YouTuber these days. He's more so of a commentary YouTuber, I guess, is the best way I could use to describe him. But yeah, Mr. Repzion, you know, whatever you know him as. The first topic of this stream was was talking about a video that he made a month ago about how he's wanting to retire from YouTube this year, and sort of, I guess, the things that we can learn that were brought up in that video he made. The way he went from being a voice of reason to a manipulative tyrant sort of makes me think of H3H3, except H3H3 pretty much showcased how much of a dumbass he is. Repzion, more like Rep Be Gone. Yeah, I do miss the days when H3H3 was like the voice of reason around here. I would love to see him be that voice of reason again, but I doubt he's going to. It's unfortunate. Because I used to love H3H3. And I still kind of like him. But dude is much different now than he was in his prime. And I honestly kind of think it's largely a PR move on his end. It's understandable, but it's like... H3 was like YouTube's lovable uncle. Yeah. The videos he made back in 2016 were some of the most... Like, part of the reason I look back on 2016 YouTube as fondly as I do is largely because of him. Like, I remember back then, I got really excited whenever I would see H3H3 in my sub feed, because it meant, ooh, something fun and wholesome for me to laugh with. H3 is never going to be the same as he was when he was more respected. Yeah. It's kind of unfortunate. It's kind of unfortunate to see. He and Filthy Frank made that time period on YouTube so goddamn yeah, Filthy Frank too. Yeah. I keep telling myself I want to do a Filthy Frank binge, but I keep not doing it. One of my favorite things about Best Songs of 2022 was getting to talk about Filthy Frank in that video. Honestly, pretty much all the YouTubers from the 2016 era will never be the same as they were. You know, it's not the same as it was. Yeah. Now, it's why nowadays we kind of look back on that time period as just, a bygone era where a lot of people from back then either dropped off, changed their content, or just went down a much different path. It's why I kind of look at 2017 as like a big turning point year, and 2018 as kind of like the beginning of that aftermath. Come to think of it, whenever I watch Emp Lemon's Leafy video or Right Opinions 2-part video on Grade A Under A, it feels like there's a vibe there. A vibe that's been kind of missing for a long time. It's like looking back and being like, wow. Those were truly simpler times. I respect that Joji is now a fairly big artist now. Yeah. He makes pretty good lo-fi pop stuff. Slow Dancing in the Dark is a great tune. And again, I really liked talking about Glimpse of Us last year. And, what I really respect about that is that he's doing what he wants to do. He gave his reasons for why he couldn't really do Filthy Frank anymore. It was doing a number on his voice, on his vocal cords. And, at his core, he was somebody that wanted to make music. So that's what he did. Yeah, 2017 is when everything would shift for better and worse. Yeah. I remember, kind of living through that and being like, this sucks, man. I remember like feeling that pretty much throughout the year. Joji is a rare example of a former YouTuber becoming super successful as a musician. I mean, the only other people I guess I can think of that do that are people that specialize in making music on here that, make their own stuff and all that. But none as successful as Joji, obviously. The Carl Weezer cover of Slow Dancing sort of ruined the song for me. Is that an AI thing or someone doing an impression of Carl? I always thought Leafy was kind of annoying personally. I was never a fan of Leafy. Back in 2020 when he got terminated, I talked about sort of the history of my perception of Leafy. I was just sort of saw him as just some douche. and his content didn't really look like it was for me. Not really the kind of stuff I'm wanting to watch. And since I talked a little bit ago about how enjoyable H3H3 used to be, I remember when he put out the Leafy rant, I remember thinking, okay, yeah, I knew there was something I didn't like about him. And when Leafy fired back, and just made a bunch of deflections towards him, I was like, okay, now I definitely do not like this guy. Joji actually had some knowledge of songwriting, unlike most most God, get out of the way. Most the YouTubers who try to get into music and eventually fail. Leafy could be funny, but I can't remember specific videos of his. I think that was another kind of problem with him. Is his videos just all seemed just kind of copies of one another. Like, it all just felt like the same shit over and over. That's the sort of impression I got. It was mostly Leafy's voice that turned me off his vids. For me, it was his lack of a chin. And another thing that really just, turned me off was when he went after the dude with autism. Oh, I finally have something different in my head now. It's a meme from 2016, actually, the Shooting Star song. Leafy had a formula and ran it down. Yeah. Maybe that formula was successful, but eventually people want a little something different. Uber, no chin, no win. The meme of Murdoch from Gorillaz traveling in the bathtub. What that's I mean, I don't really remember specific memes. I just remember the song itself. There was a time when, for whatever reason, Repzion actually had it as his outro music. And I'm like, this is really derpy sounding. How many people are watching right now? 8 watching. Wow. All right, I'm off now. I'll try to be active on the Discord and stuff. Take care and hopefully see you around. Yeah, hope to see you soon, Tony. I forget if the VC in my server is happening this week or next week. I think it's this week. But we'll see if anyone with a better memory has that up. I may cut the stream in a few because it is a little after 11:30 where I am, and got some things I would like to take care of before bed. Including something that I've kind of made into a new tradition for me is I start the year off by watching the first 5 Kevin Smith View Askew Universe movies. Because for whatever reason, while I was editing the year-end stuff, I felt this need to watch those videos, or not videos, movies. Because it was around the time when I last watched them a year ago. And I watched Clerks the other night. Mallrats is next, my favorite of the 5. And we'll see if I get to that tonight or if that's something I do tomorrow. Oh, it's next week? You sure? Could have sworn. Maybe I'm mistaken. Actually, no, I am. Yeah, it is next week because I remember we had the call in my server when around the time when I was getting ready to finalize the year-end stuff. Shoot, I gotta dismantle my weight set, selling it to a friend tomorrow. Or you could just keep it and use it. Yeah, I need to get moving as well. Good stream. Also, Chelsea, sit down and study. You don't want to fail the test coming up. Where are you? There you are. Yeah. Do I want to keep it going until 12 or I don't know. I need the money though. Might buy another set in the future, but in the process of moving and are strapped for cash. Oh, okay. That's understandable. Pyrongles. Prongles. I'm going to write that in the chat. I'll let you decide if that's a pun on porn or on, on metalcore guitar tabs. I'll let you decide what that's upon on. Don't go near the water. There are live pirongles. Oh, now I'm seeing where that's coming from because Chelsea misspelled Pringles. I think I'm gonna head out for the night. 'Twas a pleasure joining you, Ming. Take her easy, folks. Have a good evening, Beaky, sir. We will talk soon. Ugh. Yeah, I think now might be a good time to cut the stream. I really enjoyed this. The three main topics of this were really nice to talk about, and we had some good talks after that. So thank you for chilling with me. And I'm Shades, and I will see you next time.